Good morning, and welcome to the 2023 Sovereign Nations of Virginia Conference. Sorry about that. But I'm glad to be here. I'm thrilled to see all of you this morning. So many friends and partners are here, and I just welcome you to this conference this year because it has grown from the first year to what we see today. And I don't know where Kenny is, but I don't know how many people we have that are tuning in virtually today that are registered. Do you know? Anybody know, Pat? Oh, my God. So it has grown exponential, doubled in size, and I expect that it will continue to do that. So at this time, I would like to call up Jerry Fortune. Jerry is a former council member for the Rappahannock Tribe and a member of the Mascopaw Drum. Give a shout out to the Mascopaw Drum, thanking them for being here today.
Okay, I'm going to open with a prayer. So, again, thank you guys for being here. It's always good to see new faces and old faces, and I don't mean that in that respect. But anyway, so let's pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we just give you thanks and praise for allowing us to be here today once again, and another year, actually. So we thank you for all you do. We ask that you bless this conference, bless the people that are here, give them safe travels to wherever their journeys may take them, and we just thank you for being an awesome God, for we ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, we have to give him all the praise this morning because you're sitting in a miracle for the Virginia tribes, and many of you may not recognize that, but that's exactly what's happened. And you're here because God has blessed what we're doing, and he gives us wonderful partners and friends who take care of the things that we have that are important for us. And I would like to thank our sponsors, and so I'm looking through here. I'm looking at our speakers, and the speaker lineup is just fantastic. The partners that are here. And so I'm going to look through this because I left my list of sponsors this morning. But first, before I do that, I want to recognize the Virginia Chiefs. Do we have a reserve table for the Chiefs? Okay, and they didn't sit in them? Okay. So I'm just going to call out your name, and when I call your name, please just stand up so you can be recognized. I'm going to start with Chief Jerry Stewart of Eastern Chickahominy. Oh, they're all outside in the lineup. Okay. All right, well, let's not do that until they come in. All right, well, I will thank the sponsors then. First, I would like to thank VPM, our Virginia Public Media, and Kenny Richardson, where you probably can't see him, but I think I just heard him go, hey. Kenny Richardson is director of our IT department, and he works closely with Virginia Public Media, and they have been so gracious to our tribe and to all the tribes because they do this every year for a very minimum cost. They record this whole entire conference. So let's give them a big hand. They also helped to sponsor our film school for our tribe this year for our, to train our children on how to do oral histories of our elders and media and other stuff. So they've been great to work with. I know Dominion Energy was one of our sponsors, and we thank them for the work they've done on behalf of tribes. the Weisberg Foundation, Virginia Humanities, Virginia Outdoors Foundation, the Conservation Fund, Department of Historic Resources, Cultural Heritage Partners, which represents the General Council for 6 of the 7 federally recognized tribes. Woo, 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 woo! They've done a great job for us and just been a major support. Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, Miss Mona, thank you so much. The Virginia Outdoors Foundation. Let's see. Oh, United South and Eastern Tribes. Can I get a big hand for them? So their executive director, Kitty Carroll, is here. They have been tremendous support to the tribe in helping us stand up our governments. And they have something called the Sovereignty Protection Fund, which is a political advocacy arm of that organization. Potomac Conservancy. I'm sure that is due to Mr. Joel Dunn from the Chesapeake Conservancy, who was here somewhere, but I think his staff, oh, there you are, my red warrior. And Chesapeake Conservancy. Is that all of them, Pat? I thought it was a longer list. Oh, for God's sake, I can't forget them. National Park Service. Where's Wendy? Yay! And I think she brought her whole house with her when she came, and that's awesome. Joe from the Chesapeake Conservancy, Matt from the Chesapeake Conservancy, Bill Crouch from the National Refuge. He is with the Northern Neck National Refuge. So it's just a lot of our friends and a lot of our partners here. And we just want you to know how much we appreciate your support. We could not do anything that we have done without your support. So it's been awesome to have covenant friends, forever partners, people you can trust, people you can love, become a part of your family to work with. And you know what it does? It just expands our tribes. Because we just expand our family and bring in great people. And so it's really been an honor to work with you all. Savannah here from the Virginia Humanities. She has a brand new job as our tribal liaison. She's awesome. And you'll see Pam D'Angelo. She's running around here with she's running around here with her equipment, and she does a beautiful media job for us and getting our story out through Tribal Truths. Awesome program. I watch it. I listen to it. And I want to also recognize the Rappahannock staff that maybe all of you don't know, but the Rappahannock tribe raises all the money, and we staff this entire conference for the Virginia tribes. I left a couple of people out. The Indigenous Conservation Council, it's one of our sponsors. Thank you for the Chesapeake Bay. And also the Virginia Tribal Education Consortium. I know they have some reps here, but that organization was started by Chief Atkins, and oh, hi, ladies. And he put that together for the Virginia tribes, and they are awesome. Can't wait to see all of the great work that you guys have been doing but are going to do. Chief Atkins, I haven't seen him this morning, and I just want to give some accolades to a man that is due. He kind of has been a pioneer. Hi, Wayne and Lenora. He has been a pioneer in politics for many, many years, and he's kind of, he understands the importance of partnerships. And that's the only way that we get anything done, is through partnerships. And he has been a forerunner in that for us. He was the first Native person with the Chesapeake Conservancy Board. I am the second Native person with the Chesapeake Conservancy Board. And I'm proud to say, Chief Anderson, where are you? I know you're taller than everybody else in here. Oh, he's out there. And he is now the third Virginia Indian on the Chesapeake Conservancy Board. Okay, I think it's time for me to shut up and let the Mascapel drum do their job. Thank you, Mascapel Drum from the Rappahannock Tribe. And thank you to our color guard. Eagle staff was carried by Colonel John Fortune of the Rappahannock Tribe, and Miss Kaylee of the Women Warriors from the Monacan Tribe. I just want to let you know how important our warriors are to us, and we honor them at every event because it's because of them that we are here doing what we're doing. So thank you, warriors. Now I would like to introduce the Virginia Chiefs. I think you are all at the table. So we have Mr. Mark Costello with Mattaponi Reservation. The newly elected Miss Diane Shields of the Monacan Nation. Give it up. Miss Lou, who is her assistant chief. They got a double shot of woman. Chief Keith Anderson of the Nansemond Nation. Chief Frank Adams from the Upper Mattaponi Nation. And Chief Bootsy Bullock from the Patawomac Nation. And I missed Chief Steve and Chief Jury this morning, but I just let you know that they're here with us in spirit if they couldn't be here physically. I know the work that we do is overpowering, and oh my God, Delegate Kresick, stand up. Good morning, thank you for being here. Are there other delegates in the room? Well, thank you for coming. He's been a tremendous support for us, and we appreciate all of his advocacy at the state level. So at this time, I think I'm going to introduce Miss Melissa Enright. Melissa worked formerly, sorry Joel, with the Chesapeake Conservancy. And I saw her work ethic and the amazing things that she was able to accomplish. And so when we had the opportunity, I snapped her up for the Indigenous Conservation Council, which the Virginia Chiefs organized and established last year as a result of the second conference. Every year we have a private dinner with our consultants, and the chiefs talk about what their challenges have been for the year and the importance of what they are planning to do. So I'm really pleased that we can do this because it gets down to the roots of what we're trying to accomplish as a group of tribes, and it gives us the opportunity to strategize and develop a course for the coming year. Assistant Chief Henneman, why aren't you over here? Hi, from the Nansemond Tribe. Oh my God. What are you doing back there? Okay, Miss Melissa Enright, I don't even know what to say about you, but anyway, you are an amazing leader in conservation, and when the tribal chiefs came together last year to take a stand and say we have to organize to protect our ancestral lands and our cultural resources, she was the first person I thought about. And so we are happy and pleased to have her employed as our executive director of the ICC, and she's already kicking butt. So you want to come on up? This is Melissa Enright. So she's going to be my MC today because I'm not feeling all that great. As you can tell, I'm a bit confused from all the prednisone and stuff. So I'm going to let her, she's so capable of doing this, I'm going to let her MC for me today. And I appreciate you doing this for me. This is really great. Love you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chief Ann. It was wonderful. Okay, so I am your guest MC today, which means that I'm doing this on the fly. And I'm very pleased to kick off the conference. So we've had a couple of shifts in the agenda, but we're responding and we're very excited for a fantastic conference. So we're going to start off, and I'm going to introduce Jerry Pardella from USET to be our first speaker. And I'll talk a little bit more about the Indigenous Conservation Council and recognize our board later in the presentation. But for now, just consider me a stand-in to introduce the speakers, and I really appreciate the honor to do that. So I'm gonna start with an introduction to Jerry. And can you all hear me okay? All right, great, okay. All right, Jerry Pardella has served as the director of the Office of Environmental Resource Management with the United South and Eastern Tribes, also known as USET, which has been a valuable partner of many of the Virginia tribe here today, since 2012. His professional career has primarily been in Indian country, having served in the tribal government and leadership positions in the Penobscot National Tribal Government and in tribal organizations, including the National Tribal Environmental Council and the Alaska Intertribal Council. Jerry is a veteran, thank you very much, and has served as a commissioned officer and rated aviator in the Maine Army National Guard. Jerry and his wife Marla live in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. So I'd like to welcome Jerry to the stage so that he can give some remarks. And we're very excited for him to be our keynote speaker for this themes conference, which is Green Economic Development, with sovereignty very much rooted at the center of all of our discussions today. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming. All right, thank you, sir. So would you like to use the...
One quick check here on the PowerPoint slide. This slide deck, is that queued up? Okay, great. So I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I submitted this about a week and a half ago, and I have had so much anticipation and thought about coming here to speak with you this morning and to have a conversation and not so much a presentation. And I'll have slides that will be a background. I think the last thing we want to have is me reading slides. So I'd like to just start with a couple of acknowledgments and then kind of give you an outline of how I see us spending some time this morning. Because this topic about building green economies is really more of a longer term conversation. And opening up this conversation with you this morning and to help provide some thought and some concepts for how you conduct your activities throughout the day. It would be presumptuous for me to come here and to talk to you about how you're going to build your economies. Those are your sovereign rights to determine how to do that. But I think I'll introduce some concepts and ideas. And so, last night at the dinner, I got a notion that I've been referred to as a professor. So I don't know who would have started that, but maybe someone at USET. So kind of, if you've taken some college courses, so I figured, maybe I'll just structure this like that. Maybe it might be 50 minutes. But for the first part, I'd just like to do some introductions about what I was thinking about and about myself, and why that might have some relevance to sovereignty and community and economic development, and something generally that's so important, what we all capture in nation rebuilding at USET. So I have some conversation about that, I have some background slides, and then some anecdotes I'd like to share, lessons learned. My own background is similar to your own, and I have some slides about parallel histories. Meeting European explorers, settlers 400 years ago, and then waiting centuries to be recognized by the United States government. In the intervening years, having the colonial and American experience state recognition, and then ultimately federal acknowledgement or recognition, and where we find ourselves today. And with all of the attendant obligations and powers of sovereign nations building green economies. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that and give you some of my own anecdotes of experiences having newfound recognition as a sovereign nation in the federal system, the kinds of friends that you will make, your investors and partners, consultants, and some of the lessons that I learned in the process of having a land claim settlement, trust funds, federal grants, and some mistakes that I was a part of and that I made as a tribal leader, and what were those takeaways. So I want to touch on a lot of that. I think this would be a series of conversations, kind of like a series of TED Talks to really get into this, or maybe a graduate course. So just have a conversation with you this morning and hope that it will promote some dialogue. So I'll leave some time towards the end so that we can have some conversations and then to start the conversations today about sovereignty and green economies. So I have these slides, and the general topic is green economic development on tribal lands. Now, I was really struggling with how to capture that in the 21st century constructs. But we already know how to do this. It's part of our traditions, part of our cultures and our lifeways. We already know how to do this. How do we reframe this in the 21st century and use terms like green economic development? We already know that this is in our oral traditions, in our cultures. And how do we bring those forward and assert those today in this century? So I have this placeholder called green economic development, and I have some ways to look at this from different perspectives. What that might mean on a global basis, say with the United Nations. What that might mean from the local perspective of comprehensive economic development planning. And how do we have these conversations and bring this all together? So I'll just leave this slide up here, and I'd like to just start out by just saying that it is such an honor to be here today. USAT has been a part of these sovereign nations conferences. This is the third year our organization has participated. It's my first year. It's a blessing, and it also feels very welcoming to hear the drums and have the traditional procession and hear the prayers here. It feels like home. And I'm grateful for this beautiful day. My ancestors were prayerful. Our ancestors were prayerful. And people giving thanks and gratitude. And in my own language, I would say, Nulaza weltam chubemkis gok chini west. Wizawaltman zidegeg. So thank you. Thank you this morning. Thank you, chiefs of sovereign nations. Thank you for our guests here and the attendees out there in the internet world. Welcome here. And I hope you feel as welcome as I do. I've been anticipating this greatly. As I began to do my own reading about your own histories, I was struck. So you're my people. You met Europeans in 1607. My people met Europeans in 1604. And I began to read more about your histories, and I was struck by how parallel that was to my own. And that while Penobscot was recognized in the 1970s, we are just a half step, maybe even one toe ahead of you, trying to build nations and institutions, communities, schools, clinics, meaningful employment. We are there. We're together. We've come from the same colonial and American experience that has marginalized us, caused catastrophic population losses. But we are here. we are here, and we are thriving in our own homelands and reclaiming and remaking our way in our own way, informed by our own traditions and cultures. And I've been feeling this. I was having breakfast with this morning, and I heard about insomnia. Someone had insomnia. Mine was about excitement. I'm really excited to be here this morning, to be with you. You're my people. I really feel this. Kiki Carroll always mentions that we, in many ways, have hundreds of years head start on the experience that the Western tribes have had. And indeed we have. And we can find our way through as we continue to make our way in this 21st century to remake our way in our own homelands, reclaim our identities, our languages, our traditions, but do it in our own way. So I would like to do some acknowledgments. I did mention that USET has been here 3 years, and I'd like to just again recognize our USET leaders who are here on a table with our executive director, Kiki Carroll, whom many of you know, and also with Liz Malerba, who is with the Sovereignty Protection Fund. I see Rebecca Narragon with Economic Development. Anuma Miller is here. I don't see her in the room, but she's with Tribal Health Program Support. And I see Brian and Ashton from the Sovereignty Protection Fund. And I think Layla, our development director, is virtually online. So we are here. I'm really honored to be with my colleagues and to be part of the team, to be here to support the rebuilding and advancing and protecting and upholding tribal sovereignty and leadership development. Those are the pillars of which we have been acting and building on over the last several years, and we built upon those in our upcoming strategic plan, which will be presented to our board in the fall. As mentioned, I've been with USET and OERM since 2012, and it has been quite a learning process. I am from Penobscot. I am from Maine. I have some experience here in the East. I've been living in the West, and have acquired a lot of experiences across Indian country. And when I left Penobscot, I had this idea of that I was from a small tribe, and that somehow I had this concept that I was going out into the West, the big West, and that there were these. There were so many of the culturally intact tribal nations with large land bases, and I just had these perceptions. It's almost like Coronado searching for the cities of gold. I had these notions about the Western tribal nations, and I only realized that my own tribal nation was very much like the rest, and having done well in my own community and contributed there had prepared me to work out on a broader scale. And it brought me back to the words my grandmother said, if you can't make it here, you won't be able to make it anywhere else. And so investing time in my own community, learning and contributing, and that translated into doing work on a broader scale, and brings me to USET, where I am humbled, but also yet proud to be part of this organization. You heard about my military background. I don't give my loyalties easily, and I am proud to be part of this USET organization for its long 50-year history, what the founding member nations envisioned and strove for, and what we are striving for today. Many of the same conditions and circumstances that brought this organization into existence 50 years ago are real and live today. And we keep struggling, we make advances. And that's the value of having these meetings, is to work together. And you will know our familiar tagline, strength and unity. So I was looking at the past agendas for the Sovereignty Conference, and we've covered a lot of ground. The USET executives and leaders covered a lot of ground, and I'm here to build upon that. The conversations about the unique legal political status of tribal nations, talking about land back, acquiring land, and there's been so much conversation about land ownership. There were conversations about climate change and indigenous-led conservation. And here today, I'll try to build upon the work of my leaders and colleagues to talk about this in the sense of economic development or economic sovereignty. So one of the aspects that I wanted to touch on that I saw were in previous conversations was about where we're at today. Reclaiming our lands, overcoming the forced assimilation, the erasure of our peoples, termination, and how do we rebuild ourselves, reclaim ourselves. We find ourselves in this era since the early 1970s of self-determination, of self-governance and land acquisition and restoring and building our homelands, rebuilding our government institutions, community development, judicial systems, public safety, natural resources management, health. In the sense of economic development, I've struggled with how to talk about this in a way that we can make sense of it, given that we primarily live and work in a capitalist system, a capitalist economy, which in many ways is diametrically opposed to our traditional economies. And how can we bring those traditional values and represent those in building our economies today, which in many ways is rebuilding our nations? And looking at your histories, particularly with the Congressional Act, I did note that gaming was off the table. Sounds very familiar to me. Up in Penobscot, gaming was off the table unless it was under state jurisdiction. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act did not apply. How can you build an economy? We can see across our region and across the country the economic engines that gaming can provide for so much of the nation rebuilding that we demand, that we deserve. How can we build economies in a very diverse, sustainable way? So I find myself here now having this conversation about green economic development and trying to introduce some concepts, but no prescriptions, no how-tos, no magic potions. It really is going to be something that, as sovereign nations, that you go through a process and determine for yourselves, informed by your own traditions and values and your own situations, your lands, your populations, your priorities. There's so much that has to be taken into account. There is no recipe, no cookbook for this. It's something that is much a process as it is a destination. So I haven't even touched my slides here. So I told you that there are going to be a background, but I want to try to fast forward a little bit here. So we could fast forward a little bit. Do I just hit enter? There we go. So I did mention about our USET organization, the sister organizations, USET Inc. and USET SPF. So I did mention a little bit about my own background. You heard my bio, and about our parallel histories, what I call our parallel histories. And so I mentioned a little bit about Champlain. I was really struck in a lot of my research and reading about Champlain, about his perspectives and why we're not speaking French today as opposed to English. But that's another course. And I studied your histories from what I could see, and especially in the Congressional Act for federal acknowledgement. And I was struck by that. I could, through the ink on the page, through the centuries, I could connect with that. I really felt that. And I felt it last night in my sleepless anticipation to be with you here today to talk about this topic of sustainable economies or green economic development. And I was struck by our parallel histories, from first encounters to recognition and acknowledgement, finally to being recognized and the affirmation of sovereigns in our own homelands. 400 years. We have distinct identities, and we have our distinct homelands. That informs how we go about nation rebuilding, reclaiming our identities, and building economies. Now, I live in the desert Southwest now, and I was just amazed flying here, landing in Richmond, how green and lush it is here. What a beautiful country. What a beautiful homeland. It's no wonder that others coveted your lands, and their goal was to dispossess you of those and to marginalize your control of them. Just extraordinarily beautiful coming in here. And when I saw the sun rising this morning, just really beautiful, beautiful homeland. I could relate to that. So, there's a blank slide. This must be where I was supposed to ad lib. So that was my ad lib slide here. So where I'm going to go with is to translate green economies to really sustainable development. And we've already had some conversation about what that could look like, informed by your cultures, your traditions, and your priorities today. And so what I would like to present to you are some concepts, not any recipes. I'm not presumptuous to claim that I know a foolproof strategy to grow economies or even green economies. And I'll share with you a little bit about some anecdotes when we really thought we knew how to do this, but we learned otherwise, and there are lessons learned. And so there are case studies, I'm sure, that could be of value to you, and there are many out there. So I would just say, as sovereign nations and as leaders, it's your right to determine the parameters and measures and evaluation of building green economies that are sustainable. And I wanted to touch on some concepts before I go into one that's being queued up in this video. I've looked out there trying to find some concise way to have a step-by-step process for economic development. And there are methodologies, and there are many, many strategies to do that. But what would make sense in our communities with our traditions and our backgrounds? I even began looking out on the international level, and I came across something with the UN Environmental Program. And so you can find this out there, unep.org. And I was trying to find more of a definition or a concept for green economic development. And here was one that I found really, really interesting, because we know we have been marginalized in the development of our own homelands. And it's taking us so long to be reaffirmed. And so I found this one to be really dramatic, and I'll just quote it. And it's talking about an inclusive green economy is one that improves human well-being and build social equity while reducing environmental risk and scarcities. So here is a notion about inclusiveness and balanced development. So we're not talking about extracting industries so much. A lot of our land bases here in the East are very small. And so we have to be very wise and careful about how we use our lands. We may not acquire additional lands. So we are talking long-term strategies for the lands that we currently possess and lands that we may acquire. And how do we do that smartly? And what are the forces that impact our ability to develop and sustain those lands? Meanwhile, we're looking to build communities, government complexes, and schools and hospitals, attract industry, build industrial parks, and you start carving out lands for all of these enterprises. What land remains? And how do we practice stewardship on those lands that's inclusive, that has us being inclusive not only of other peoples. My ancestors had a generic term for peoples, and it stood for an English term, species. So when we talked about the humans, we were the surface dwellers. So we were the two-leggeds that lived on the surface. But there were also the peoples that had four-leggeds. So we didn't have this Western science taxonomy. So we refer to peoples as species. And so when I think about inclusiveness, I think about an inclusive strategy, being good stewards and protecting our relatives, human and non-human, in our natural environments. And we have small land bases relative to our ancestral homelands. How do we develop those and keep them in mind about inclusiveness and stewardship? And I was struck by that the UN Environmental Program definition about inclusiveness, because we have been so much marginalized and excluded. And as you know well, as we've experienced, about the attempts to erase us, if not outright annihilate us. So here we are. How do we go forward in this century? I also have a strategy about comprehensive economic development. And my colleague, Rebecca Narragon, is very much working in that space. I know USED has a CEDS, the Community Economic Development Strategy Toolkit. There is a formula. There is a step-by-step process to go through economic development. So there are tools out there, international as well as ones very focused in locally for tribal nations. There's also some other concepts out there, depending upon your political stripes. The concept of ESG is one that you might have heard of, and there is a little bit of controversy about this, because the ESG, as you'll see, is about the environment, it's about equity, it's about social, and it's about governance, all working together. And the intersection of those spheres is where you have sustainable development. I've got queued up here a video that's really intended for a corporate audience, where ESG has been increasingly used as a conceptual framework for sustainable development. So we've got queued up here from an organization, a conversation about ESG, and you'll see those three spheres where they intersect is sustainable development. You might know that kind of spherical representation as a Venn diagram. I think that's what it's called. So let's listen to that as another framework.
ESG stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance. You can think of it as an analysis framework to help measure and quantify the degree to which an organization is operating in a sustainable manner. Environmental assessment criteria help stakeholders understand an organization's impact on the environment and the climate, like its greenhouse gas emissions, and its management team's stewardship over natural resources, like fresh water. While understanding environmental risk and impact is a big part of the ESG framework, the concept of sustainability in this context extends well beyond just the environment. The S pillar, social, examines an organization's social impact. It seeks to understand how well leadership manages relationships with stakeholders, including fair wages for workers, generating positive outcomes in the communities where they operate, and taking accountability for the actions and inactions of supply chain partners in other parts of the world. The G, as we know, is governance. So, how is the firm led and managed? Stakeholders are increasingly taking note that a healthy corporate governance function can make or break progress in the E and the S realms, but can even create existential threats for business operations more broadly. ESG as we know it evolved from a number of older sustainability-themed acts and frameworks, including EHS, Environmental Health and Safety, and CSR, or Corporate Social Responsibility. But these older frameworks took more of a philanthropic approach, implying that management teams should do good because it's the right thing to do. What's somewhat unique about ESG is that it looks at these issues through the lens of business risk and opportunity, which tends to resonate more clearly with the investment community. These rapidly changing market and non-market conditions have created the ESG landscape as we see it today. This includes the emergence of ESG rating agencies, ESG scores, mandatory public reporting, often called ESG disclosure, and countless sustainability-themed funds and investment strategies.
Very good. So there is a video to introduce another concept for green economic development called ESG. Now, I did highlight before our traditional systems. So that is another option. How do we develop our economies following the imperatives of our cultural traditions, our indigenous knowledge, our traditional ecological knowledge, the TEK? What are the best practices? How can we incorporate those today? So I didn't want to offer a concept without at least again revisiting our traditional societies, our traditional life ways, and how those can inform how we build green economies. And then finally, we saw governance. And I'd like to just talk a little bit about environmental policy and management systems. In doing the environmental work, sovereign nations have an inherent authority. And a concept of public trust and applying that to our sovereign nations, having those public trust obligations to develop our economies in a way that will be sustainable and incorporate our cultural imperatives and provide meaningful places for our people to raise families and to carry on our lifeways and traditions for the foreseeable future. So we have these inherent authorities to assess and manage our natural resources and protect public health. We also have other tools available to us. We know that the United States Environmental Protection Agency also has a pathway for sovereign tribes to obtain delegated authority for building environmental management capabilities. The federal environmental statutes do have a delegation process similar to what each state has undergone to build their environmental program capacities with national standards, public participation avenues, and so forth. So some, but not all, of the federal environmental statutes provide a model for something called treatment in the manner as a state or delegated program authority to tribal nations for building their environmental management structure. And I draw your attention to the US EPA, one of the first federal agencies outside of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Indian Health Service to have something called an Indian policy. It adopted that in 1984. And what is amazing in that policy was not an expression of plenary federal power, but the actual opposite. It acknowledged that it is the primary responsibility of sovereign nations to protect public health and their natural resources. The primary responsibility, clearly enunciated in that Indian policy. That was developed by the first EPA administrator, William Ruckelshaus, and that has been affirmed by each EPA administrator since, even to this very current administration. And so even the EPA, the one federal agency charged with implementing federal environmental statutes, recognizes the higher and primary authority of sovereign nations to protect their people and their natural resources. It's amazing. So you have that route as well. You can go with delegated authority through federal statutes with the US EPA. You're in EPA Region 3. And so that is one of the avenues you have. I can tell you that it's a long road. Many tribal nations for decades now have been seeking primacy under a number of those federal statutes. But it's a long road, and there are thresholds to achieve to get primacy. Very few have reached it in the Clean Air Act, and it's a high standard. But nonetheless, it is an avenue for you to receive federal assistance to build your environmental management infrastructure, usually starting with something called an Indian Environmental General Assistance Program, a grant. You may have heard it in the shorthand called GAP grants. They're usually about $110,000 a year. It's really about hiring a staff person and beginning to build a presence for an environmental program. Back in the previous century, sometime in the 90s, there was another strategy. It was kind of a hybrid strategy. So most of us who've worked in the environmental arena have heard of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. So we've all had some experience, to varying degrees, knowingly or unwittingly, with NEPA. So some tribal nations thought, well, let's consider, as an expression of our sovereignty, adopting our own version of NEPA. And they were not too creative. They called it TEPA. So not national, but tribal environmental policy acts. And so following the same parameters as the NEPA to assess environmental effects of proposed actions prior to making decisions. And there were public participation elements of that as well. And so I'm not going to tell you that it's perfect, and I've been in my own tribal community when we had plans and economic ventures that we found a lot of opposition to. But that's the public participation part of this. This is the NEPA process. Whether you formalize a public participation process for your venture assessments or not, those happen. And I'll share with you some anecdotes of how, if you don't plan for it, happenstance may not treat your economic planning very well. So there it is. So those are just some of the strategies, and I'll recap those. So we started out by talking about the UN environmental program and their notion of inclusiveness in balancing planning for economic ventures. We talked about the SEDS, we talked about the ESG, none the least of which are our traditional systems, our oral traditions, and our ecological knowledges. And then finally about building your infrastructure. And where do you start? Where do you get the first resources? If you don't have your own revenue streams, there are federal agencies that have funds that can start you down that road. But those come with all of those terms and conditions that we see in our grants, and all the competitiveness, performance measures and reporting. So a lot of that, that grants management goes with that. But it is a place where there are some revenues or grant dollars to start you down that road. So there it is. I just did a recap on just some concepts and ideas. I don't know how much time I have. No one's giving me the high sign. So the bell hasn't rung either. So I wanted to just talk about a couple of anecdotes, lessons learned. I mentioned that. Building green economies is challenging enough. And when you do your own internal resource assessments, what funds do you have? What unrestricted funds do you have? Can you grant fund your way to building an economy? It's partially possible. We're having huge infusions of funding to us through the Inflation Reduction Act. But is that sustainable over the long term? Can we count on federal grant cycles to help us build our grant programs? We can get technical assistance, we can get training. But how do we do this? How do we build sustainable economies? And do this in a way that isn't reliant solely upon grants. It's a challenge. And I mention that because that was part of my experience. Not having gaming opportunities or possibilities, how do I build an economy? And what were the decisions that we made at Penobscot? I serving on the council, or in the then it was the governor, now the chief position. What were our choices? What did we do? We had fee lands. So I don't know each and every one of your land holding situations, but if you have fee lands, this might sound like a familiar story. In the days after our land claim settlement in 1980, we had the privilege of buying our own lands back. And they were in designated areas. Does this sound familiar? And so it's a seller's market, isn't it? But we bought our own lands back. Not all those were in areas that could be, I really don't want to say rapidly in any kind of federal decision, but could be rapidly converted into trust. But we had some lands that were not in those designated areas that we held in fee. And so we thought, well, let's leverage those fee lands. Let's mortgage those fee lands. So that was how we were able to cobble together resources. We had loan guarantees from a number of federal agencies. So we were cobbling together our resources to build economies. One of the case examples that I wanted to share with you and the lessons that we learned out of this is on our fee lands, we purchased some of those in organized towns. Sound familiar? So we were a landowner like anyone else in the town. And so we said, you know, housing is a real priority, not only for our own people, but in the local economy. Why don't we partner with a manufacturing home company. So we launched into this venture limited partnership. We partnered with an expert, and he brought his expertise to the table in the partnership. We brought the land and the capital. So we learned a valuable lesson in this. The result was our partner had a competing business. He violated his non-compete agreement. He misappropriated assets and funds. He brought our business to the brink of insolvency. So there we go. There was our fee lands in jeopardy. It took a century to get a land claim settlement. And in a span of a few years, we were going to see some of our dearest land possessions possibly foreclosed. And so what were we to do? So we sued our partner. He countersued us. So I was a named defendant. I don't know if you've ever been a named defendant in a federal lawsuit, but I was one. We went into federal court. Our suit was unsuccessful. Caveat emptor. Our partner was successful in suing us for defamation. It's not all bad. After hearing 3 days of testimony of how we were defrauded and lost millions, and our partner spent, I think, $15 for a license to register the partnership in the local town. So $1 million versus something less than $100. Plus he had been misappropriating from us. The jury found that we had defamed our partner, but awarded him 0 damages. So in leaving the court, I told him, I said, hey, the jury and I both agree, your reputation is worthless. So there's an example of just being aware of your lands, your precious lands that you see could be held in trust, and that's encumbered in many ways. But if you have lands held in fee, how might you use those? And I'll offer to you that lesson. Be careful. Choose your partners carefully. Here's another lesson. If you ever get to Indian Island, you'll see a big blue Butler building. You know, Butler buildings are those metal ones. How did it get there? Well, this is another case study for you. So, employment is an issue. We wanted to provide meaningful work in our community. We also wanted to generate some revenue. So we were entertained to, and I chose that word just to illustrate, to partner to build a manufacturing plant for audio cassettes. So we invested in this industry. Injection molding, high-speed assembly. We had 3 shifts during the week. We had 2 shifts on the weekends. And I was a manager in that facility. So it was highly leveraged to build that. We even had BIA loan guarantees as part of that. It went well for a time. It was wonderful. People didn't have to commute to work. They could just walk down the street, go to work. The market shifted. We were making audio cassettes. You know what came after audio cassettes, right? The CDs came in, and we couldn't retool so quickly. We lost market share. Our revenues plummeted. Debt service was an issue. I had a former Eastern Area Director call me up, and he said, "Hey, Jared, so you don't have a going concern there. I can pull the plug and no one will know that you agreed." And I told him, I said, "You know, there are 140 people in our community working there. We're just going to shutter it, put them on the street. You're going to burden shift us into general assistance and job training." I said, "Give me a year. Give me a year. We'll continue paying our debt service, and we'll find a way to retrain and to phase down." And I said, "Give me a year. You won't have to call me in a year. I'll call you." So the business did shutter, and we did pay down our debt service, and we did find employment for most of the people that were losing their jobs. But there isn't this one-to-one finding work outside of our community. So there was some fallout over that. So the lessons about this is when you're looking at growing your economies and looking at particular kinds of industries and products, what is the life cycle of that product or industry? Are you getting in on the upswing, the plateau? Are you on the downslope? We unknowingly got in at the end of the plateau because we listened to our advisors. What was the risk reward? For a time, it looked wonderful, but we were left with the legacy of a big blue building, metal building in our community, still trying to find enterprises to put in there. Many years after the audio cassette manufacturing facility closed. So there is no sure thing. Understand the markets and where the industry or product that you're interested in is in its life cycle. We don't have crystal balls, but where are those opportunities? And are those seeking your investment needing you more than you need them? How do you assess that? How do you determine that? And so these are some of the lessons in hindsight in looking at trying to address basic issues about housing and employment and generating revenue that's not gaming related. How do you do this? That there are risks, and to do your assessments, choose your partners, choose your consultants, choose your investors wisely. Who do you trust? So I have a sense that I'm coming close to the end of my time. I don't see Melissa giving me the evil eye or the hook. But I did want to spend a little bit of time just here to wrap up, and if we have a little bit of time for some dialogue about these concepts, but also these notions that are important to us. Finally, being affirmed and recognized in our own lands centuries after the earliest contacts, and rebuilding and reclaiming and reasserting ourselves in this century. So I have some other slides. We'll pass on those. But I wanted to just take this opportunity to say that I really have been so motivated, anticipated being here with you today. I read your histories and I said, my God, that's my history. There's this kinship that I have with you, that we're on the Atlantic seaboard, that we've met Europeans first, and we have been through many trials, catastrophes, but we are more than survivors. We're not victims. We are the victors. We are here. We are still here. We will always be here. So with that, Melissa, I'll turn it over to you to field any comments or questions that anyone may have.
we're going to go on to our next topic on the agenda, which is a panel discussion. I'm going to serve as your facilitator for the conversation, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the Indigenous Conservation Council of the Chesapeake Bay, as Chief Ann alluded to, and recognize our board. There's a bit of a history in terms of sovereignty that's inside of your beautiful, wonderful conference packet just after the agenda. And it really talks about sovereignty and benefits and successes and victories that all of the Virginia tribes have been able to accrue over the last period of time. So as Chief Ann mentioned, about a year ago, the chiefs were all convened from the federally recognized tribes of Virginia, who are represented by these wonderful flags behind me. And they decided that they really wanted to come together, as they have for decades, to achieve federal recognition, which is very much in their DNA of collaboration, to come together and to create this new council approach, which for them was really all about increasing the capacity and the resources for tribes to lead the reclamation, the rematriation, and the restoration of their lands. So that process has gone and started last October. We're super grateful to Cultural Heritage Partners, who served as a really valuable partner in helping create the governance of the ICC. And the board met in April and approved bylaws and elected executive officers, which I would like to recognize now. Chief Ann Richardson of the Rappahannock Tribe is our chair. Thank you. Chief Frank Adams of the Upper Mattaponi is our vice chair. Second assistant, Assistant Chief Reggie Stewart of the Chickahominy is our secretary. And Assistant Chief Dave Henneman from the Nansemond tribe is our treasurer. Thank you. In addition, on the board, we have Assistant Chief Will Gibbs of the Chickahominy Eastern Division. We have Chief Gray of the Pamunkey. And Tribal Administrator Adrian Compton of the Monacan is also on the board. So this board was really formed for the 7 federally recognized tribes in Virginia to provide the leadership. I was very honored for Chief Ann to ask me to support the tribes in really realizing the vision of the ICC. And the vision of the ICC is exactly what we're going to talk about throughout the day, which is tribes leading the reclamation of their lands and new strategies, new approaches that are Indigenous-led, but then also using the ICC as a model to kind of clear those barriers. And what the board decided initially was that the ICC would focus exclusively on work with the federally recognized tribes of Virginia initially, and then through a model of a state affiliate system, we would expand to state-recognized tribes in Virginia when we were ready. And then eventually, as we learned and developed progress, we could expand that throughout the Chesapeake Bay region. So this has been a really powerful time for us to kind of come together. I'm super excited about the opportunity, and I've spent the summer, and I wanted to thank all of the environmental directors and all of the tribal staff who have really made me feel very welcome. And we've been doing site visits to the landscape so I could see tribal lands. And it's been pretty amazing to see the lands that have been recently reacquired, which are exciting, really all across the watershed, and beautiful places that the tribes are anxious and really excited to protect. But it's also been an opportunity for us to address some barriers and gaps, honestly, in capacity where the ICC could help. So some of you know me and have come to me and asked me about the ICC and how you can get engaged. And the truth is that I have not been, nor has the board been ready to engage outside partners. Right now what we're doing is we're identifying what we want to do as a board. And then we'll develop a strategic plan, and we'll be coming and identifying ways that we can work together in partnership with you. So we've had some foundation funding that has supported us in the past, particularly Pew Charitable Trusts, who gave us the funding to start the formation of the board, which I'd like to thank, and some other sources as well, including the Energy Foundation, and more to come. And I just wanted to make one statement, which is I am not Native. My history stretches back into the Commonwealth of Virginia to 1621. My family acquired land through the land grant system along the Rappahannock River Valley. And it's for me, it's a very personal thing to get the opportunity to address a wrong, to repair through conservation, and to support the tribes in whichever way they'd like to be supported. So I'm learning. We are all, thank you. We're all learning, and the opportunity and the uniqueness of the Chesapeake Bay is a real, it's a different place for us to work. It's both a place of wonder, and has been mentioned by Jerry, we have small land masses here that have recently come back into the tribe. We have really fragmented landscapes, we have a lot of private ownership, we have limited public access. And so the opportunity to put the tribes front and center, to identify what they would like to protect, what they would like to conserve and connect with for cultural resources, is a huge opportunity for us. The ICC will not replace the sovereignty of any one of these tribes. It will not act as a tribal representative. It will act as a place for tribes to come together and learn. It will act as a for a place to come together to identify projects that some or all of the tribes want to do together. It will act as a place for other tribal initiatives outside of our landscape to come to us and talk to us about opportunities. It will act as a place for us to uniquely identify barriers right here in the Commonwealth and beyond it that are that present real true barriers to sovereignty. So often in the conservation movement we talk about land, but for Native communities, sovereignty is the single most important thing that must lead every conversation. So I'd like to welcome to the podium some of our panelists today. And this sort of, I hope, is a bit of a microcosm. And many of these panelists were shaped by input at the recent ICC board meeting, where members and environmental directors asked us to dig into some of these topic areas. And so this is a brief, I guess, preview in terms of what could be possible together and what kinds of questions we might want to uniquely ask from an indigenous-led approach. So I'd like to welcome Brian Van Stippen from the National Indian Carbon Coalition to the stage. Brian, thank you. I'd also like to welcome Heather Richards from the Conservation Fund to the stage. And I'd like to welcome Marcy Kapich. Am I saying that correctly? Marcy, are you here from the refuge? Oh, thank you. Good. I've not met her in person before, just on the phone. It's wonderful to see you. All right. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to sit on the side and let Brian, you go first to present. And so please sit down. Please sit down. So we're gonna have a discussion today that's led by some people who are smart, intelligent, pioneering, and good-willed. And we're going to talk about what conservation might look like in a world that's impacted heavily by climate. And it's important to note that where we're sitting, that some of the tribes are among the most vulnerable in the nation, second only to New Orleans. So this is an extremely climate vulnerable community, and it means that we want to protect land for the tribes to connect with our cultural resources. We want to do it in the right way, and we also want to think through the opportunities of how to do that in a way that creates long-term opportunities and revenue for stewardship. So let me introduce Brian real quick, and I'm going through my pieces here. All right. So Brian Van Stippen, welcome, welcome. Brian is the program director for the National Indian Carbon Coalition. This is an initiative of the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, and it provides education, training, and technical assistance to American Indian tribes, Alaska Native villages and corporations, Native Hawaiian organizations, and First Nations of Canada on the development of carbon credit and renewable energy projects on tribal land. This is a super, I'd say, new strategy, and Brian's been leading the development of the strategy, which is exciting for us to hear about. Brian is a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. He previously served for 7 years as a tribal attorney for the Ho-Chunk Nation, Department of Justice in Wisconsin, where he was responsible for land acquisition and land-related issues. He earned a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's in computer information systems from Tarleton State University in Texas. We talked about Texas last night. Vince Tippin is a graduate of the University of North Dakota School of Law, the University of Tulsa College of Law, and the University of Arizona James E. Rogers College of Law, which is amazing. He lives with his wife and his 2 children, who I learned last night are 4 and 9, in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He's a representative on the Voluntary Carbon Market Initiative Expert Advisory Group, a legacy member of the Ecosystem Service Marketplace Consortium, and a representative on the Bipartisan Policy Center Farm and Forest Carbon Solutions Task Force. Please join me in welcoming Brian. Go ahead. Yeah. So you just might need to get a little close to the mic.
Seguli and Yako, I greet you and I thank you in my traditional language as a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. I have to stop sending that big bio. It's too long to read. But, basically, the one thing I want to point out is, again, as I'm a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, attorney by trade, my career has been focusing on land issues in Indian country. This is near and dear to my heart and extremely important. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about these issues because they are very, very important in Indian country. In my personal opinion, if we don't have control of our language and our land, we are not truly enacting our sovereignty as tribal governments. So today, I want to talk about land issues that we are addressing in Indian country through the organization that I am now a part of, the National Indian Carbon Coalition, as the program director. As Melissa stated, it was created by the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, which I would imagine a lot of people are familiar with. We've been in operation since 2001, been dealing in Indian country for over 23 years, as well as the Intertribal Agricultural Council. So ILTF and IAC came together to create this program to address how for-profit developers were entering in Indian country, trying to get tribal nations to participate in the carbon markets. It started with the Chicago Carbon Exchange, and now we have the California Cap and Trade Market. Washington State recently implemented the Cap and Invest program. So we're starting to see these programs come into place, and there was a lot of information going out to tribes that were controversial or misinformed, trying to get tribes to participate in these marketplaces when it wasn't truly in their best interest. Again, as a tribal attorney, my role, working with the tribes that I was representing, was to make sure that their best interest was taken into consideration as they were making these decisions. So I tried to present the information possible to my tribal leadership so that they can make these informed decisions. And again, I carry this throughout my career to make sure as when I engage with the tribal community that they have that information and they can make these informed decisions. So who are we and what do we do? So again, we are the National Indian Carbon Coalition, created by ILTF IAC. One of the things that we try to do when we represent and engage with a tribal community is explore their natural resource base. What do you truly have on the ground? Whether it be forested lands, grasslands, row crop lands, pasture lands, wetlands, peatlands, whatever the natural resource base you may have, we want to try to ensure that we protect and preserve those tribal natural resources rather than extract or exploit those tribal natural resources. For so long, one of the easiest ways to derive revenue from our land base was to exploit it. How do we extract anything that we can take out of our land bases? So one of the hard parts is figuring out how do we keep those natural resources in the ground themselves to help protect our communities, protect our resources that we utilize on a daily basis, and then still be able to derive some revenue. So again, protect and preserve, what we're looking for. Here we go. So historically, again, what we've been looking at is how do we extract and exploit these natural resources within our tribal communities. Some of the benefits that we look for in Indian country and the work that we do with the tribes that we engage with is these additional revenue generation opportunities. We want to look at how we preserve these natural resource bases. How do we preserve our land bases? We want to promote good land stewardship. Implementing new sustainable management practices is important in Indian country. How do we ensure that as we take possession of new lands, as we keep continuing to manage our land bases, to implement the newest standards, the best methodologies that we can come up with? Obviously, one of the things that we want to try to address is climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's important. We're seeing it all over the place right now within this past few months. Issues throughout the world with landslides and rainfalls and flooding and many, many issues that we have trying to address right now through climate change and reduction of greenhouse gases. But again, the back end is one of the things that we want to really focus on is the other additional benefits that we see. So we call them co-benefits for soil, water, air quality. Some of the components that we also look into and take into consideration is social, economical, and cultural components. So recently, we received a USDA Conservation Innovation Grant to create a co-benefits tool. I can bring up any land base of the 574 tribal sovereign nations in the United States and look at that land base and give you an approximation of what type of natural resources that you may have and how much carbon may be sequestered within that natural resource base. Again, whether it be soils, forests, grasslands, croplands, whatever they may be. We partnered with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to develop this tool, and now it's publicly available. We're finally getting it launched. We are going to be presenting at the National Congress of American Indians in a couple months to bring out the public announcement of this tool that we have created. So if anybody's going to be at NCAI, we will be on a panel presentation there as well, introducing tribal communities into how they might be able to utilize this tool. So some of our primary activities, what we want to do again is provide the unbiased, up-to-date information on your land base. We are a tribally owned and operated, not-for-profit organization. We want to ensure that the information that we are providing to your leadership, staff, and membership is up-to-date, accurate, and allows you to make the decisions that you need to make. We'll provide and assist in developing that information, but it's up to you as leadership, staff, and membership how you're going to make these decisions. We may make recommendations, but again, we want to ensure that this is the best for your lands and it's best for your communities. One of the other things that we ran into when we first started engaging with some tribal nations out there was that there was not very good GIS information. I can't tell you how many times I would walk into a tribal council chamber and ask leadership, well, where's your land base? And they would roll out a Department of Transportation map or a Bureau of Land Management map with little red circles around their lands and say, this is what we own. And I was flabbergasted. It was very frustrating for leadership to try to make decisions based on that minimal information. You didn't know who owned that land. You didn't have an idea who was around that land base. So we rolled out a program working with tribal communities, tribal nations, to help develop electronic mapping, online mapping, so they could get accurate depiction of their land base and how to better manage that land base. Some of the other things that we want to work on are doing education and guidance on carbon projects. Again, that's the role that we play at the National New Carbon Coalition, is developing this information so that you can make those informed decisions, but it takes a lot of legwork. A couple of the tribes that we've engaged with throughout our time at the National New Carbon Coalition, it takes multiple years meeting internally with, again, leadership, staff, and membership, so everybody's on the same page. I want to make sure that all of the stakeholders are informed and understand what these projects mean for their land base. So it takes multiple years to make these decisions. The first couple projects that we actually got moving forward, it was three years of internal meetings, going through all of the committees, making sure that we were going to the community meetings in the evenings, hosting dinners, bringing food into Indian country, gets a lot of people to attend events. But we wanted to make sure that staff and membership really understood this, because we all know that if leadership makes a decision and staff and membership aren't on board, usually it goes sideways really, really fast. So that's one of the main things that we want to focus on as we engage with tribal communities, is getting everybody on the same page. The last thing on this bulleted point for this room today is aggregation of projects. So I've been speaking to ICC for a little while now. Most of the tribes that we deal with are large land-based tribes. Again, I'm a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. We have 65,000 acre reservation. Some of the smaller tribes that we engage with go down to 8,000 acres. Aggregating projects is a goal of the National Indian Carbon Coalition, but that means bringing multiple tribes, multiple landowners together. And we all know how difficult that is to get multiple governances to come together to make informed decisions. And it is a struggle, but what I believe is that we can make this happen at some point in time with a group of organizations, a group of tribal nations that want to come together and work together to protect their land base. Aggregation is hard. Not everybody is going to benefit equally because there's going to be different land-based valuations, but it's one of the things that we believe is going to work out well. I am working with some tribes in Washington State that are smaller land-based tribes, trying to bring them together. We have 3, Squaxin Island, Nisqually, and Jamestown, Skalema, that are trying to come together to do an aggregated project. But again, trying to get 3 tribal governments to all agree is very difficult. So we're hopeful that within the next few months, we're going to get a decision made by those tribal governments, but we're still in the process of going through and meeting and going through all the issues that they have concerns about. So once we get a tribe engaged, the first step that we want to do is develop a feasibility study. So these feasibility studies, they're no cost to the tribal communities. We provide that service for free. So if there's interest, all I need is a shapefile and any sort of management plan you may have on that land base. We developed a feasibility study. It's going to show how much revenue might be able to be generated from these carbon projects. Once we get through the feasibility process, and if a tribe is willing to engage, as I mentioned, it was 3 years from when we first started with our first tribe to go from the feasibility study to this next stage, the second step. It's time consuming, but it's important to make sure that we answer and address all those questions. So then if a tribe does decide they want to engage and develop a project, we have to go through all of the third-party contracting and all of the inventory quantification, certification. They're steps within the process to develop a project. Forest inventory is expensive. It's not something that we want to just do because we think it's a good idea. We want to make sure that we're spending money appropriately and correctly. One of the offers that we have to tribal communities through the National Indian Carbon Coalition is that we will cover those expenses. So we have a revolving fund that we've developed. We raised $2.5 million from philanthropic organizations to assist us in our work that we do to make sure that tribes have low and no risk to enter into these projects. That money does get reimbursed after we start selling carbon credits, but on the front end, we cover all those capital expenses so that the tribes don't have to come to the table with any money. Once we get through that process, we have to work with a registry. Right now, most of our projects are on an American Carbon Registry. There's also Climate Action Reserve and Verra are the 2 other ones that are based out of California. That process all goes through their internal systems. So we have to send all of our data that we develop, and they have to review it all. And of course, we don't have any control of that, so it takes a long time, 6 to 9 months, for that review process to occur. In the meantime, we are actively trying to engage with organizations to acquire our carbon credits. So one of the first questions I always have to the tribal leadership is, who do you want me to assist in selling your carbon credits to? Most of the time, no oil and gas. So BP, Shell, Exxon, Marathon, TransCanada, Enbridge, all go out the window, which is 100% fine with me. I don't want to be engaging with oil and gas. I talk to those organizations all the time. They're very interested in our projects in Indian country, but for the most part, tribal nations don't want to be selling carbon credits to any of those organizations, along with mining operators and any sort of financial institution that might support those operations. So the organizations that we engage with are entities like Meta, Amazon, Google, Airbnb, MassMutual, Dick's Sporting Goods. The University of Minnesota has supported some of our projects by acquiring carbon credits from the projects that we have. So on that entire phase, as we're developing these projects, there is then the long-term commitment from the tribe. So these can last between 40 and 100 years, dependent upon the project that we are developing. That's a long-time commitment from a tribe. In my personal opinion, tribes have been here for time immemorial. We're going to be here for time immemorial, but leadership still has to make a decision on how to manage these lands over the long term. And 40 to 100 years is a major decision for that immediate tribal council sitting there to put their future leaders in a position in which they then have to still manage that project. So we want to be very upfront and transparent that these are long-term commitments. What we do at the National Indian Carbon Coalition is that we contract with the tribe for that entire duration so that we are always there as a partner. That's a long-term commitment on our end. Obviously, I won't be there for that entire duration, but our goal is to make sure that you always have that trusted partner as we develop these projects. One of the things that we worked on with multiple different other large nonprofits, specifically the Nature Conservancy, is develop the Tribal Land Conservation Initiative. And under this initiative, working with the technical expertise of the Nature Conservancy, we bring their experience into Indian country. So one of the things I want to be very clear about in our relationship with the Nature Conservancy is that we and the landowners, the tribes, still have all the decision-making authority. Even though the Nature Conservancy may be a partner, it is still up to the tribe itself how the project is designed, how the project is led, and all of the important decisions that are being made are still in control of the tribe. Again, we've seen large organizations like TNC or American Forest Foundation or American Forest want to work with tribal nations, but they want to run the programs themselves. They want to tell us how we're going to manage our lands. And I go to these organizations and I keep harping on them. It is our land. It is the opportunity for us to make decisions how we're going to effectively manage these projects. I will bring you into the room, but again, the tribe is still the decision maker, and they're going to lead on how this project is going to be developed. So far, it's worked out really well, and we have no complaints. The Nature Conservancy has assisted with financial funding. They've assisted with technical expertise so on the project that we've so far developed. So underneath the Tribal Land Conservation Initiative, again, some of the highlights that we have is that we contract for the entire duration of the project. We cover the expenses and the costs. So we work with all of the other third parties so that you don't have to. Again, as a tribal attorney, one of the roles I did along with land acquisition, deed of trust, rights of ways, easements, all that fun stuff, was running our contracts division. It takes a long time to get contracts approved through most tribal processes. So we take on that responsibility so that the tribe doesn't have to. One of the main things is that we always tell our tribal communities that we engage with is that we won't sell credits for less than $10 a credit. Right now, we're getting between $15 and $25 a credit, so we can show that these are revenue-generating projects. But then the back end, again, is ensuring that we work with these socially responsible organizations that we believe have the true interests of tribal communities at heart. You know, we want to make sure that our goals are aligned with these socially responsible organizations like the Googles, Amazons, Disneys, Metas of the world, rather than working with the oil and gas organizations. So a couple of the projects that we have moving forward is our first one that we got up off the ground. I started conversations in 2017. We got approval in 2019 from the tribal leadership to move forward. It took us approximately 2.5 years to develop the project. So as last June, we finally got our first project listed on the marketplace, and we're actively selling carbon credits with the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians. So the Fond du Lac project, we analyzed 44,000 acres. They decided that they wanted to do an 8,200 acre project because that made the most sense for their tribal community. And we were able to develop that feasibility study to show them how much revenue might be generated on that land base. And even on the numbers that we currently are showing for the tribe, we believe are undervalued because we put those markers at $10 a credit, which again, we're getting between 15 and 25 a credit currently. The second project that we were able to bring on board was in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan with the Keweenaw Bay Indian community. It's a little bit bigger of a project, 16,000 acres. The interesting thing with that project is that we went to the tribal leadership. They approved a 12,000 acre project. They came back after a couple months and said, you know, we have 4,000 acres of allotted land that we want to include in this project. Can we do so? So we included another 4,000 acres of allotted lands to be a part of this carbon project for their tribal community. The interesting thing with Keweenaw Bay is that as leadership and the revenue that's being generated, it's up to leadership's decision as to how those revenues are going to be spent. One of the things that the staff is advocating for is to bring specifically on an individual to work on renewable and energy efficiency projects for their community. They want to develop solar, they want to be high energy efficient buildings for their tribal homes, schools, administration buildings, their health center. So they're going to utilize some of the revenue to bring on a staff member to start exploring those opportunities for the tribe itself. One of our more recent projects has been with the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians in Mississippi. Again, a little bit larger sales project, going to derive a little bit more volume of revenue for the tribe itself. The great thing about this project is that the tribal chairman wants to utilize the revenue to build the tribal school. So as I'm engaging with those organizations out there that are interested in acquiring the carbon credits, I can go to them and say, this is the revenue that we're going to be utilizing to create a tribal school for their community, and how much would you be willing to support these causes? It's a great story to tell. There's a strong interest from a lot of buyers out there that want to see how this money is being utilized in the community, and being able to say that you're going to develop a school system is extremely beneficial. So one of the more recent projects that we had approved as of Monday morning was the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa in northern Minnesota. And again, this is a little bit better of a story that relates to everybody in this room here. My parent organization, the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, lent the money to the tribe to acquire 28,000 acres on the reservation. So we partnered with the Conservation Fund to assist with this acquisition. It was the largest return of private lands in Indian country, that as far as we are aware, to get back returned into Indian ownership on this 28,000 acres. In order for the tribe to repay that debt obligation, we are now developing a carbon project on that land base. From our numbers, through that feasibility study that we created, our estimate is that within 10 years, that the revenue generated from a carbon project will pay back that debt obligation to my parent organization. So my boss came to me, he's like, hey, we're gonna help this tribe acquire this land base. We wanna develop a carbon project on it so that we know that it's gonna be able to be paid for at some point in time. And here you go. We brought in the Nature Conservancy and American Forest Foundation as partners. They are supplying philanthropic dollars to help develop this project so that we can get it moving forward. And again, within 10 years, we believe that the debt obligation for that land base will be repaid back to my parent. And not only that, through my parent organization, we can do this for more tribes. We want to replicate this process. We wanted to show it with Boys Fort that this is the first of its kind in Indian country. Now we have the opportunity to go out there and show an example and continue to do this process. I have tribes in Montana, Washington State, Penobscot in Maine, Cow Creek in Oregon. They're all looking at how do they acquire lands and then be able to put a carbon project on that land base to repay that debt obligation. And we can run those numbers. Again, it's no cost to the tribes. If there's something that the tribes are targeting, we look at that land base, we develop the feasibility study, we say, hey, we believe this is what's going to cost and how long it's going to take to pay back that debt obligation if you acquire the land. And again, we have the revenue, we have the dollars in our coffers to assist with other tribal landowners to do this type of work. We are just looking for the appropriate partners to do so. So if there's lands out there that are being targeted by your tribal nations, by your leadership, we can look in and examine that. Now, the one caveat is that it's very difficult when smaller land-based tribes to derive the revenue that is needed to do land acquisition. But again, with an aggregated project, with a group of tribes coming together, it might be more viable. And that's one of the things that we are extremely interested in looking at the National Indian Carbon Coalition and assisting your tribal nations on looking at those opportunities. So that's the very short story that I have. We're doing this in Indian country. We have 5 projects under our belt. We're going to be adding a few more by the end of this calendar year. Again, and they range from different sizes throughout the country. We work, again, as Melissa stated, with tribal nations in the continental United States, Alaska Native Villages and Corporations, Native Hawaiian organizations, and First Nations in Canada. So as a nonprofit, we don't just focus on one area of the country, we service all of North America. So with that, I'll leave you. Yako, I thank you again in my traditional language as a member of the Oneida Nation. Please feel free to come up to me. I'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. Ask any questions, because these are very, very complex, and it's multiple conversations that we need to have to take the first steps. But that's the role that we want to play in Indian country. We want to be that trusted resource to assist in making these very, very important decisions. And as I mentioned, my career has been based on land issues in Indian country. So I feel that these are extremely important. They're going to be, tribes are going to be taking the next steps to reacquire lands, and we can utilize protection and preservation through carbon sequestration projects to pay back that obligation that we are seeing to reacquire those lands. So again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Brian. I've been told to watch where I stand on the stage, so I'm watching where I stand on the stage, so I don't knock anything over. I wanted to introduce Heather Richards. So how we're going to do this is we're going to have each of the panelists present to you. That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear? Is that all working well? Okay, now you can hear me. All right, great. All right. Well, I'm also going to make you stand up because this is a long time to be sitting, and I'm 48 almost. So, okay, all right. I'm going to introduce Heather now. Okay, I can see them moving to get your presentation up. So while they do that, Heather, I'm going to introduce you. All right, Heather Richards. Heather Richards is known to many of you here. She is the Mid-Atlantic Regional Director of the Conservation Fund. She oversees the fund's conservation acquisition programs in Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, West Virginia, and Virginia. She also continues to serve as the Virginia State Director, developing and implementing conservation projects throughout the Commonwealth. That's a lot of hats, Heather. Heather has worked in the field of wildlife and land conservation and has extensive experience implementing conservation programs on the ground in diverse communities. Her experience with land trusts includes chairing the Land Trust Accreditation Commission, as well as more than 10 years of leadership with Virginia's United Land Trusts, also known as VOLT. Prior to coming to the fund, Heather managed land conservation programs at Piedmont Environmental Council and one of our sponsors, the Potomac Conservancy. She coordinated species conservation and reintroduction programs for defenders of wildlife. Heather holds a Master's of Environmental Management from Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Studies and a BA in Political Science and Environmental Policy from American University. So Heather's going to come up here. I see her presentation is pulled up. One of the reasons that we invited Heather to the conference and are grateful for her to share her expertise with us today is that conservation easements are tricky widgets. And many of the tribes are having conversations about how to conserve land and what those conservation easements mean for their sovereignty. And so she's going to run us through a bit of a master class in conservation easements so that we all have the common grounding knowledge, but then also share some opportunities and key questions for us. So please be thinking of your questions for both Brian and Heather and eventually Marcy. And if you have any, please write them down on a piece of paper and we will go around and gather them. So with that, I'd like to introduce Heather to the stage and thank you all. And I think after Heather speaks, we're all gonna get up and we're gonna stretch. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. I'm really, really pleased to be here. It's been the honor of my career, honestly, to work with the tribes, and this is some of the most exciting and probably the most important work that I'll do in more than 20 years of conservation. So I'm thrilled to be here today. I'm going to give you a caveat. You'll notice that I am not a lawyer. I'm going to talk a little bit like a lawyer today. I know lots of people who I work with who think that I'm a lawyer, and I am not. But I know a fair amount about conservation easement law because I've been doing it in Virginia for a long time. And it's a very specialized area of law that I'm going to start out with giving you a little bit of a level setting, and then we'll get into some other topics. But first, let me just introduce the Conservation Fund real briefly. We're a unique organization. We work on the priorities of our partners. I certainly have my idea of what's important in Virginia, but the projects that I'm working on are the projects that my partners have come to me and said, this is what I need. And those partners are federal agencies, they're state agencies, and excitingly over the past several years, it's been some of the tribes saying, this is what we need, this is what we want, how can you help us do that? So we were founded actually on a dual charter, that economic development is not incompatible with conservation. And that is really at the heart of what we do and how we look at projects. So I'm gonna talk to you today a little bit about, if I can advance my slides, there we go. We're going to start off by level setting everyone on the basics of conservation easements. I think this is an area that some people have a lot of understanding of and some people have absolutely none. So we're going to talk a little bit about the basics of easements, the law that underpins them, and how they work for landowners in general. Then we're going to get into how they actually affect tribes. We'll talk about how tribes in other parts of the country have engaged with easements, both as landowners and as holders and beneficiaries of easements. And finally, I'm going to give you some of my own thoughts on how Virginia's tribes could consider working with conservation easements to regain access to your land and secure more of your cultural heritage. So first, a primer. It's important to note, conservation easements are rooted in English law, although they are a diversion from common law in that they run against the law against perpetuities. Conservation easements are in perpetuity. They last forever. They are agreements. It's essentially an agreement. It's a contract between two parties, the easement holder and whoever the landowner is. An important tenet of easements is that the landowner, the grantor of the easement, is giving the holder of the easement the explicit right to enforce the terms of that easement into the future, not just on that initial grantor, but on subsequent landowners. That is a very key piece of conservation easements, conservation easement law, and how they're written. So for example, if a private individual grants an easement to a land trust, like the Conservation Fund or Potomac Conservancy or Virginia Outdoors Foundation, that land trust can take the individual that granted the easement, or future landowners, that landowner's family, whoever they sell it to, they can take that landowner to court to enforce the terms of the easement. This is where sovereign immunity comes into play. The holder of the easement has to be able to legally enforce the terms against the landowner. This is why you don't see a land trust like Potomac Conservancy holding an easement on state-owned lands. The state has sovereign immunity. They can't be sued. They won't accept that, and they won't waive that sovereign immunity in order for enforcement to take place. It's just not going to happen. But the waiver issue is one that understandably makes tribes wary of submitting to conservation easements on land that they own. In order for a land trust or state agency to hold a valid, enforceable conservation easement on tribal lands, the tribe would essentially need to waive their sovereignty for that particular piece of property and agree that the land trust or whoever's holding that easement can enforce the terms of the easement in the future. I think there's some good reasons for doing this, and I'll talk about some native-led organizations and tribes that have done this. And there's other ownership mechanisms that would promote this kind of arrangement. There's a really understandable reluctance among tribes to waive something you also recently gained. So this waiver of sovereignty, this waiver of your sovereign immunity is a really important issue, I think, for tribes to consider. But again, there's reasons to do it. What are we doing with easements? What are we protecting? Under state and federal code, there's a number of different conservation values that can and in fact must be protected under a conservation easement in order to be a valid legal document under state law. Parks and trails, for example, can be protected under easements. This is often a belt and suspenders approach to conservation. When a grant is made to a locality or a state agency, an easement can prevent future political leaders, imagine political swings in our government system, prevents those future political leaders from undoing the conservation that was done today with those conservation dollars tomorrow. It's that belt and suspenders approach. And so that's the underpinning of how a lot of grant programs are thinking about requiring conservation easements, why they require conservation easements. That's the lens through which they're looking at it. Other conservation values that can be protected, thinking about here in Virginia, historic properties. That's typically in Virginia meant battlefields. We've got a lot of those. We've got some historic homes, James Madison's Montpelier, Monticello, George Washington's Mount Vernon, all protected by conservation easements. But increasingly, we're identifying other sites, other native cultural sites that can be and should be protected by easements, whether they're owned by tribes or not. Scenic properties, the viewshed from Skyline Drive. People don't drive on Skyline Drive just for the narrow corridor that it's on. They're looking at the landscape. So that's another valid conservation purpose. And I think importantly, when we're thinking about green economic development on tribal lands, working lands are explicitly permitted to be protected under conservation easements. Agricultural properties, timber properties. You can farm your ag protected properties. You can cut timber. Working forest easements are incredibly important in a large part of Virginia in terms of making sure that large forests are available to support our forestry community. So once you get through the recitation of conservation values in an easement, there's two main parts. There's the restrictions that protect those conservation values, and there's what's called the reserved rights, what you can still do explicitly with your property. The holder of the easement, whoever is the land trust or the state agency that's holding your easement, will have a lot to do with what the restrictions are on your property. If you're working with the State Division of Natural Heritage, they're going to have a certain lens through which they're going to want to look at the easement and have specific restrictions. If you're working with the Department of Historic Resources, they have a different lens through which they view easements and are going to have a different kind of set of restrictions. But in general, the list you see here is basically what you're going to see in a conservation easement: limits on division of property, building location and size. If you have a scenic easement, you don't want to allow a building in an easement that is in the most scenic location on the property. So there would be some restrictions on that. Most conservation easements, I will say, are tailored to the specific circumstances of the landowner, whether that landowner is an individual or an institution or a city or a tribe. However, this list of the specific divisions of the property, specific issues about division of the property, the location, are a result of a negotiation, a dialogue, and that dialogue can sometimes be very quick or take a very long time. I've done easements that took 10 years to bring to fruition because there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of thinking about what you want to do and what kind of restrictions you want to place on a property when it's going to last forever, and that's okay. But it's important to note that while most land trusts and organizations in the state tailor their easements to the specifics of the property, not all entities do that. For example, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has a template easement. They typically, in very rare circumstances, they'll tailor it a little bit, but not much. It's not negotiable the way a lot of other organizations will tailor their easements. The Natural Resources Conservation Service has the Wetland Reserve Program. Those easements they're not able to be tailored. This is the easement, this is what you do. I will say these easements are good for some circumstances. They can be very lucrative. The payments that can come along with them are much better than some other payments, but you trade off on that in terms of the lack of flexibility. So that's just a consideration. I think it's neither good nor bad. It's a consideration that a landowner has to take into account when thinking about putting an easement on a property. So what can you do? There's a lot you can do on conservation easement land. Buildings, such as housing, educational facility, agricultural buildings, equipment sheds, these can be on easement protected properties. Again, this is a negotiation about where they are, how big they are, and how that affects the conservation values that are being protected. It can be compatible. Other activities like forest management and timber harvest are also usually permitted under most easements. You have to have a management plan that says, I'm going to do this sustainably, and I have an idea. I'm not just going to go out and randomly cut timber, but it's permitted. Carbon credits, mitigation, also permitted under the terms of a lot of conservation easements. These are things that can be negotiated into easement agreements specifically. And then with almost every easement, hunting, fishing, gathering, and what we call, it's a term of art, quiet enjoyment, hiking, cultural ceremonies. These are usually explicitly permitted activities on conservation easements. So that's a really quick outline of what an easement is. These documents are not short. They're usually 25 to 30 pages long or so. And a lot of that is a recitation of the conservation values. Why are we protecting these properties? Because I'll tell you, I've looked at easements that were written 20 years ago, and sometimes I'm like, what were they trying to do? I don't understand. So we've learned a lot. The easements we write them a lot better now. We're very explicit about what we're protecting and why. We're very thoughtful about what those reserved rights and what the restrictions are, and try to be as clear as we possibly can to help future generations. Because there are holders of easements that are going to have to look at these things down the road. Holders can be land trusts, and I'll talk a little bit more about who these are in Virginia in a few minutes. Counties, state agencies, federal agencies. But these organizations are going to be around for the long term. They are taking a vow of perpetuity, essentially, to be here to enforce the conservation easements and the terms and the conservation values they're protecting. So they're monitoring every year to ensure that the easements are upheld. They're reviewing requests for approval. Sometimes the landowner comes and says, I don't know if I can do this. Can I do this thing that I want to do? Or can I do this timber harvest that I want to do? And they look at that and say, yeah, I think that's okay. Or no, you have to change it in this way. And then unfortunately, sometimes we have to enforce the terms if they're violated. Someone goes in and builds a house where they're not supposed to build a house. They cut down trees where they weren't supposed to cut down trees. They've got cattle in the stream and they weren't supposed to have cattle in the stream. We try not to have that happen. I think we all in the land trust community make a really good effort to try to work with our landowners and avoid those situations where we can. But the land conservation community is here to enforce those terms, again, into the future. And it's not usually first-generation landowners that are violating easements. It's the second, it's the third, it's the successive landowners that weren't there when the easement was created that don't have that same love of the land. I think that's one of the benefits of working with tribes. Tribes have the love of the land. You guys, you know why you're doing this, and there's a perpetuity just in your very being. So how can Virginia's tribes engage with easements? I think we've all talked about and thought about, well, you've been asked to put easements on your property. We're going to give you some money and we want you to put an easement on it. And that's one way, and I'm going to give you some examples of where that's worked. But tribes around the country are engaging with easements in all sorts of different ways and for all sorts of different reasons. Some are utilizing 501c3 structures or native corporations to take advantage of the benefits that can come with easements, whether that's a payment or a partnership, a long-term partnership with an organization. And other organizations, other tribes have found ways to become holders of conservation easements themselves or develop native-led organizations that can hold easements on tribally important land. In Virginia, there's a significant difference in how tribes are approaching easements and what they would want to do with an easement on their land or easements on other lands. And I think as with everything related to conservation easements, there is no one-size-fits-all. This is as flexible a tool as we can make it, and we've tried to bend it to suit a lot of different needs over the years. And I think having worked with a lot of landowners, tribes aren't any different. Every landowner's different. Every conversation I've gone into in my career with a landowner has a different character to it. And that's okay, that's a good thing. Every piece of land is different. So the first example I'm going to talk about is a couple of examples of tribes that have placed easements on lands related to their tribal community. First one I'm going to talk about, in Alaska, the Conservation Fund has worked with the Pedro Bay Native Corporation. We purchased an easement on 44,000 acres of land that includes critical spawning habitat for salmon. The Native Corporation is a structure fairly specific to Alaska, but the example here is relevant in that a Native-led group worked with conservationists to preserve their traditional uses of the land while eliminating the potential for a devastating road that would have served the Pebble mine and potentially decimated the salmon population on which so many of their members in the Pedro Bay community rely. Additionally, because the easement was purchased, the community could take those proceeds and invest them into land management, into other needs of the community. We didn't say, we're giving you money, here's what you do with it. It's, we just want the land protected, you want the land protected. And they now have a partnership with the Bristol Bay Heritage Land Trust to protect that land into the future. They have a partner in pushing back if someone wants to put a road across their land. It's not just the Native Corporation. They've entered into a partnership to protect that land, and they found that valuable. Other tribes have used a variety of private ownership structures, either LLCs or 501c3 organizations, to secure access to other kinds of funding. The U.S. Forest Service's Community Forest Grant Program is one that has been used by a couple of different tribes. The Kalispel tribes and the Eastern Band of the Cherokee have accepted some level of easement oversight on their community forests in order to gain access to those funds. I think it's important. It was interesting when I was looking into this for this presentation. The Kalispel tribe on their community forest, much like the Upper Mattaponi want to do on their land that they've recently acquired, they have a fish hatchery. They're feeding their people from that community forest. They are growing salmon in a way that is safe because they have a PCB contaminated river that they live along. So they're using those grants, and they accepted some level of oversight for that reason. There are new opportunities under the Inflation Reduction Act for the Forest Legacy Program that would allow states to own land that would be co-managed with and for tribes. I will say this is a new program, and it remains to be seen how it will work for tribes, but it's an interesting opportunity, and there's a lot of money in it right now. So that's another opportunity that tribes could think about if they want to accept that kind of partnership that's something less than full ownership. So other tribes are turning the tables on conservation easements. They're looking to not just be restricted by them, but to hold them and use them to regain land for tribal purposes. One of the primary benefits of easements overall is that they're perpetual. They'll bind all landowners into the future. And this issue of perpetuity is one that's challenging within the land trust community. We have to demonstrate as an organization that we're going to be here to enforce those easements, that we have the financial capacity and longevity to stay around to do that. And I found an interesting article on tribes and conservation easements as I was pulling my thoughts together for this presentation today. And one quote that I thought was really interesting was that countering this idea that perpetuity is really difficult. It says, because tribal values run back to time immemorial, they add force to the argument that tribal easements should be perpetually binding into the future. The spiritual covenants reflected in native stewardship pose a counterweight to the dead hand control lamented by opponents of the perpetual easement. So I think tribes can think of themselves as holders. I think that's one idea that I'd like to plant with this group today is how can you engage with conservation easements in a different way, not just accepting the restrictions, but working with those who are placing restrictions on property to do it to your benefit. So a very direct way, the Yenix Ranch in Southern Oregon, this easement is held directly by a tribe. The Klamath tribes worked with a landowner who has 788 acres of land in the Klamath River Basin, and they purchased an easement. They were successful. The tribe was successful in applying for a Natural Resources Conservation Services grant. It used to be called the Farm and Ranchland Protection Program. It's now called ASAP-ALE, and I won't tell you what that means, but if you want to know, you can find me later. I still call it FRPP, and it's been like 10 years. They used FRPP money to purchase that easement from the landowner. The tribe applied for that, got the funding, purchased the easement, and they hold the easement. That easement gives them a right to co-manage that property with the landowner. And not only are they co-managing it, they have the rights to hunt and fish on the property. They're working with other partners. They've drawn in other money from Trout Unlimited and Ducks Unlimited to do restoration on the property. So not only is this a benefit to the landowner, the tribe has gained access to more land and is restoring more land within their territory. Other ways that tribes are engaging with conservation easements is they're creating their own tribal land trusts. The Native American Land Conservancy was founded by several tribes in the Southwest to acquire, preserve, and protect Native American sacred lands that are outside of reservations, that are maybe important to several different tribes, but they've created their own nonprofit to do this work. This is a Native-led organization. Another example is the Native Land Conservancy, and they're based in Massachusetts. They hold easements and conduct restoration work on many properties in Massachusetts. But they're now starting to hold easements in other parts of the country and bringing their model, bringing their stewardship to other projects. The Conservation Fund worked with them on a tribal-led project in Alabama where a 501c3, a tribal-led or native-led 501c3 wanted to purchase property. We helped them find the money, but the donor wanted to see a conservation easement on that property. Familiar story? Yeah. We couldn't find a land trust or an entity that was really acceptable to all of the different parties until we got in touch with the Native Land Conservancy. Again, this is a Native-led organization, and the way that they wrote their easement, it requires that the monitoring and enforcement provisions that they use are unique in that they require working through a tribal dispute resolution process before they go into a court system. It's spelled out in the easement, and it requires a very different in-person process than you'd see at any other kind of land trust. It's a fascinating easement, and they're very committed to working with their partners in a way that is meaningful to all of them. Native Land Conservancy is also working with land trusts in Massachusetts to work on cultural respect easements. According to the president of the Native Land Conservancy, she says, a cultural respect easement is the closest expression of land repatriation to indigenous people achieved without an actual transfer of deed. It offers assurance for us to safely access areas of our ancestral homelands, to exercise spiritual and cultural practices. Respect for our culture includes respect for our relationship with the earth, especially in areas where our ancestors prayed, danced, toiled, lived, and were buried. So land trusts in Massachusetts are granting these cultural respect easements to the Native Land Conservancy and to some of the tribes in that area. Northeast Wilderness Trust and the Dennis Conservation Land Trust are entering into these agreements for all of the lands that they own and allowing for these cultural practices on their lands. Native Land Conservancy is also now working to include cultural respect language into the template easement for Massachusetts conservation restrictions. For example, the recitation of conservation values may now include language that recognizes the indigenous cultural landscape as an explicit conservation value. They're also looking to specifically permit indigenous cultural practices that would allow indigenous people to conduct cultural ceremonies and hunt and gather on easement-protected properties. So we're going to go back for a minute, and then I'm going to come back to this idea of tribal engagement and easements. We're going to go back to who can hold easements. Currently, there's two pieces of law, two sections of code that govern who can hold a conservation easement in Virginia. The first is the Open Space Land Act, and it defines public bodies as being eligible to hold open space easements. These are most of the public bodies that hold easements in Virginia, but currently under the Open Space Land Act, tribes aren't eligible as holders. Come back to that idea in a second. The second piece of code that governs holding conservation easements is the Virginia Conservation Easement Act. This is where the Nature Conservancy, Blue Ridge Land Conservancy, Potomac Conservancy, all of your regular kind of nonprofit land trusts, this is how we hold conservation easements in Virginia. And we have an interesting law in Virginia. You have to actually be a Virginia organization. You have to have an office here in order to hold a conservation easement, and you can't just set up an office and start holding easements the next day. You have to be in existence in Virginia for 5 years before you can start to hold an easement here. So that would bring into question whether a group like Native Land Conservancy could come right here and start holding conservation easements, but there's ways to do that. I do believe that tribes can view all of these organizations, both the state agencies and the nonprofits, as partners. I believe there's not just a willingness, but actually an eagerness on the part of the land conservation community to support Virginia's tribes however we can. And if discussion of cultural respect language and easements is seen by this community as an important step, then we should be having that conversation. We should be having it as a broader community or one-on-one from a tribe to a land trust that's working in their area. I think it's also, personally, I think it's in time for a discussion of whether and how tribes should be defined as public bodies under the Open Space Land Act. That not only opens up the ability to hold easements, and I won't lie, holding conservation easements is a massive undertaking, but it also opens up other opportunities to receive grants under state funding mechanisms. So what does all this mean? I think there's a lot of opportunities for Virginia's tribes. There's obviously opportunities to acquire land outright. I've talked to some of you about this. I hope I can continue to help you do that. Whether it's into tribal trust, with conservation easements, or without them, that is a clear opportunity for the tribes here. There's also an opportunity to partner with conservation organizations, like the Rappahannock Tribe are doing at Fones Cliffs, and Marcy will talk about that in a minute, or through cultural respect easements, or other agreements to allow you access back onto your lands, even if that's something a little bit short of full ownership. There's an opportunity to help manage property through agreements with landowners, using your traditional ecological knowledge to improve ecological function. And I think there's also an opportunity to steward lands, possibly through holding and stewarding tribal conservation easements. This could be a way to assuage the concerns of donors while still being true to your tribal culture, your traditions, and your sovereignty as tribes in Virginia. So I'll leave it there, but I'll be happy to take questions later. And again, I'll be here the rest of the day, and grab me at lunch. I'm happy to talk about this all day long.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Very good discussion. So definitely, I think that part of the things that we wanted to focus on this panel are that there are many ways to think about access and ownership to land, and they do occupy a spectrum from outright ownership, which many of the tribes have been receiving, to conservation easements, all the way to what we're going to talk about next, which is collaborative partnerships on conservation, co-management, co-stewardship. So that was fantastic, Heather. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on, and we're going to have Marcy Capps. Very good. All right. Come to the stage. So we're going to talk a little bit now, and Heather talked a little bit about cultural respect easements. but really access to land. What the ICC really wants to do is we want to investigate all the opportunities for tribes to get access and to connect to their cultural resources on their land base, right? And that really needs to come from the tribe, and some tribes want to own land, some don't. And as was mentioned several times, it's a complete spectrum of use. Some tribes want to put their land into federal trust, some don't. So that's perfectly okay, and this creates the opportunity, though, for partnership and collaboration. Given where we sit in the landscape, there are a lot of national parks, there are state parks, there are federal lands such as the Rappahannock River Valley National Wildlife Refuge, which is a beautiful place. So, Marcy serves as project leader for the Eastern Virginia Rivers Division of the National Wildlife Refuge Complex, and has been with the National Wildlife Refuge for 13 years. She holds a bachelor's degree from Coastal Carolina University and a master's from the University of Louisiana. She began her career at the University of Miami in 2008 under a CESU agreement, which I'm sure stands for something, and she can talk more about that with us. Well, one of the things that I like to proudly state is that I don't have a master's degree in a conservation community where they are prolific, and you can turn around and see an acronym everywhere you look. All right, working at the Arthur R. Marshall Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge in South Florida. After 2 years in that position, she was hired as a wildlife biologist at the refuge. She worked for the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge from 2008 to 2015, and from there transitioned to management. She served the Sanity National Wildlife Refuge in South Carolina, Port Louisiana National Wildlife Refuge in Iowa. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was an L. And is currently at the Ford Refuge Complex called the Eastern Virginia Rivers National Wildlife Refuge Complex, which is a really long name that encapsulates the Rappahannock River Valley National Wildlife Refuge, the James River National Wildlife Refuge, the Presqu'Île National Wildlife Refuge, and the Plumtree Island National Wildlife Refuge. So, Marcy's going to come here to discuss a partnership that Heather alluded to with the Rappahannock tribe and several partners arguably, we are blessed with some pretty spectacular landscapes, and this for sure is one of them. So, please join me in welcoming Marcy to the podium.
Okay. All right. I can project, but I'll try to use this as well. Hello, everybody. My name is Marcy Kapsch. I am the project leader of the Eastern Virginia Rivers National Wildlife Refuge Complex. It is a mouthful. I arrived at this duty station from Iowa in June of 2022. And as Melissa mentioned, I've spent 13 years with the Fish and Wildlife Service. I've been in 4 different states within the National Wildlife Refuge System program, and I feel like I've done a lot of really, really cool things in my career. However, this project and this work that we're going to be talking about today is probably going to be now and looking back some of the most important work that I will ever do in my career. And so I want to just share some work that's been being done for many years. So the Rappahannock River Valley National Wildlife Refuge is one of 565 national wildlife refuges within the United States. And so refuges started back in 1903, and the Rappahannock River Valley Refuge was created in 1996. So in the history of refuges, it's sort of a baby refuge and is actively growing. So we're going to talk today about the Fones Cliff Project and how the tribe and the Fish and Wildlife Service is working together to conserve land on the landscape and within the Rappahannock River watershed. So the mission of the Fish and Wildlife Service is working with others to conserve, protect, and enhance fish, wildlife, plants, and their habitats for the continuing benefit of American people. So for me, you don't have to really go too far to realize that the moral philosophy and the traditions and the cultures of tribes are very closely aligned with the mission of the service, which makes the work that we're doing even easier and more meaningful. Yesterday, the director of the Fish and Wildlife Service had an all-employee broadcast, and the point of that broadcast was to talk about the core values of the Fish and Wildlife Service and to really define what those look like. And so when they were announced yesterday, this was about an 18-month scoping to really try to identify, what is the forward vision of fish and wildlife? What do we want to be looking forward to 7 generations like many of the tribes look forward to instead of just, 10 years, 20 years from now. So those core values that were stated yesterday were stewardship, integrity, respect, collaboration, and innovation. And again, I think if you really think about all of those 5 core values, they really just embody exactly what the tribes have been doing for thousands and thousands of years before the Fish and Wildlife Service was even created. And so again, it's just really exciting to be able to align all of these things to have a greater impact on the landscape. So where are we? The Eastern Virginia Rivers Complex is pretty spread out. It's about 80 miles to each refuge, and we sort of make this triangle. 2 of our refuges are located on the James River. Presque Isle National Wildlife Refuge is an island in the middle of the James. It's about 1,300 acres. James River is about 4,500 acres. And Plumtree is an island on the edge of the Chesapeake Bay. It's the largest contiguous salt marsh in the southern portion of the bay. That one's closed to the public. It used to be a former bombing range, so we have some safety concerns out there. But it is a really beautiful area to boat around, and the species that we find out there are just extraordinary. But what we're going to talk about today is the area that's outlined in red above. That's the Rappahannock River Valley acquisition boundary. And so what is an acquisition boundary? So an acquisition boundary for the National Wildlife Refuge System is something that has to be approved by Congress. And so when the refuge was established, Congress allotted that the refuge could grow up to 20,000 acres in total. As of today, we're sitting a little over 10,000 acres, so we're only 50% of the way there, so a lot more work to be done. The ways that we can purchase these lands are through fee title or through the way Heather just described, and we can enter into conservation easements. So about the Rappahannock River Valley, again, we're a National Wildlife Refuge System. We are the sister agency to the National Park Service, and we're under the Department of Interior umbrella, along with several other agencies. And so like I mentioned, to date, Rappahannock has acquired over 10,000 acres in fee and easement, and a lot of this has to do with the Rappahannock Partnership, or the Rappahannock River Partnership that has been created. This is a really unique collaboration that's been ongoing for about 14 plus years of different folks in the conservation community really coming together to look at opportunities and where we can best protect land that is the most sensitive. So looking at areas where you have threatened and endangered species concerned, wetlands that are being impacted, even uplands. I mean, if you're anymore in upland, you're at threat of development. And so this collaboration is really important because a lot of different agencies and NGOs, we all have different missions and things that we have to support, but this is a unique opportunity where people really kind of go after the greater good, looking at the landscape, where can we be the most beneficial, how can we help protect those things that are most valuable to us. And so the 14-year plus collaboration has a multitude of partners: the Conservation Fund, Trust for Public Land, Nature Conservancy, Virginia Outdoors, Chesapeake Conservancy, the Rappahannock Tribe, and then Fort A.P. Hill, which I think was renamed. Fort Walker, there we go. So the project that we're going to talk about today is protecting Fones Cliffs. And so again, this is a project that has been going on for many years. I just sort of feel like I'm the person fortunate enough to shine the light on the important work that many people have been doing tirelessly for a really long time. And so if you've never been there, it's 4 miles of a stretch along the Rappahannock River. It's really neat. You know, we're on the coastal floodplain, and you have these cliffs rise out of nowhere, and it's just this really neat topographic feature. These properties were formerly held by 2 developers and 1 private timber company. And so there was a great concern from the conservation community that these lands might be developed and then lost to the protection of how special they are. This area was the first known interaction between Captain John Smith and the Rappahannock tribe. You can see that they would have had a wonderful viewpoint of the river and to see anybody coming upstream or downstream. And at the time of contact, there were 3 different tribal villages at the top. There was Pissacoack, Machapeak, and Wecuppum. And so Fish and Wildlife, the portion in green is the portion that we were able to acquire back in 2019 with the help of partners. And that really started sort of the land acquisition footprint of phones. And so the 252 acres was, like I said, acquired by TCF and then transferred to the Fish and Wildlife Service in 2019. The property had originally been slated for over 70 homes and a golf course. And during that time frame, the Rappahannock tribe also gained federal recognition, which gave us more opportunities to work collaboratively together. And it also created an opportunity for them to return to the river. And so this map here is a sort of a blown-up version. The green is the 254 acres that I just mentioned. The lighter green below is the 464 acres that the Rappahannock tribe now owns in fee, and there was a big celebration in April of 2022, and that was the tribe's official return to the river after being removed for over 400 years. And so now they have that, and the land that's sort of in between all that, the green and the light green, we're working on that as well. So the hope is by the end of the next year or so, that whole block will be filled in, and we'll have over 2,000 acres protected on Phones Cliff. And so what does that mean for, it does. It's a really special piece of land. I just, the part in the green is where we can take people out and show them. And I never go up to Phones without just having this feeling that there's magic in the air. The bald eagle is a spirit animal of the Rappahannock tribe. They think of eagles as messengers, and you can't go up to Phones without seeing eagles just everywhere. And so it's a really great place to have reflection and to think about, what are these animals trying to tell us? What's the message, right? And I also like to think of that from a landscape perspective. So on the other side of the river, there's that area that's shaded in gray. And that's an area that's in private ownership but has conservation easements, and that land is protected as well. It's called Beverly Marsh. And so from an eagle's perspective, I like to think about moving forward on a landscape. How can we move forward and think about not having all these boundaries like Fish and Wildlife land, tribe land? How can we collectively use those core values, those intrinsic things that we all know and believe in? How can we manage that land together for the benefit of everybody? And so it's just really special to think that that entire strip of the river is locked up in perpetuity. So let me back up one more time. So we're going to talk real quick about the red piece now. So the red is 964 acres. This was the piece that the Conservation Fund went in and bought at bankruptcy back in 2022 in December. Another development, it was going to be golf courses, but even bigger and better, it was going to be 300 homes and condos, and it was just going to be the whole to-do. And so that was purchased, like I said, at auction. Heather can tell you the specifics of how stressful that was. But in 2024, the hope is that we're going to purchase the conservation easement on that property, and then the ownership will be transferred to the Rappahannock tribe. And so given all of that sort of background information, what are some of the thoughts on best practices for working with partners, and how can we then work on this land together and make it exactly sort of the vision that everybody wants? Well, the first thing is open, honest communication. Listening is, I would say, from a federal perspective, one of the best things that we can do. Really trying to understand what the conversations are, if we're interpreting the information correctly, picking up the phone if you feel something isn't right, just really, really fostering relationships. And then again, we have a very similar mission to the values of the tribe, so where can we pull on those common threads and really weave something together that's special and that can be replicated across the country? One of the neat things that is happening is that this project has become a national model for the Fish and Wildlife Service, and so and especially for refuges. And so a lot of refuges and Fish and Wildlife folks are thinking about how can we do this? How can we replicate these efforts in other areas? Or if it's not this, what can we do? You know, we as a federal agency have a trust responsibility for tribal nations, and that's defined by regulations, you know, and policies. And so some of these things that have helped drive this new sort of method of moving forward was a secretarial order that was applied by Secretary Deb Haaland in November of 2001. And so based on that joint secretarial order, that basically agencies are called upon to manage federal lands and waters in a manner that seeks to protect the treaty, religious, substance, and cultural interests of federally recognized Indian tribes. So that was the order that was initiated by the Department of Interior in November of 2021. And then in September of 2022, Director Martha Williams of the Fish and Wildlife Service took that and stepped it down and created a directorial order 227, and that is fulfilling the trust responsibility to tribes in the Native Hawaiian communities. So both of these orders have addressed the importance of co-stewardship and co-management and are encouraging new innovative ways to think about how we can conserve and protect land together moving forward. We know as agencies and with budgets the way we are, we can't operate the way we used to, right? So we really need partnerships, and there's this power of partnership. Again, it's so strong at this refuge. It's just been really, really an impressive community to work in. And so moving forward, what are some different ways? So land acquisition is like pie in the sky. That's really hard stuff, and you have to have a lot of things. You have to have willing sellers, you need to acquire funding. You know, there's all these things. It takes a long time, especially if you're working with the federal government to do land acquisition. And so I like to think, and I'm stealing this from Tim Benson, who's our Native American liaison, but I just think it paints such a great picture. I like to think about co-stewardship or co-management as a spectrum of possibilities. So, and opportunities, right? So you have land acquisition on one side, and that's big stuff, but there's all kinds of different things that we can do in the meantime to co-steward land together. And so some of those are just our traditional bread and butter. I mean, National Wildlife Refuges, that's what we jam on. We are, you know, we manage land just like tribes used to do, and we feel like we're pretty good at it in the modern day, but there's a lot of knowledge to learn. And so one of the things that I've been excited about working with the Rappahannock tribe and thinking about, again, that 2,000 acres collectively instead of the 254, how can we do broader landscape level land management that's going to benefit the species that we care about. It's going to benefit the people that work and live there. And so some of the things that Fish and Wildlife does on landscapes and just habitat management wise are prescribe fire, and ways that I think that the Rappahannock tribe can integrate that with us is grasslands are a limiting habitat just in general, especially on the northern neck of Virginia. I think we have, just historically, we only have 5% of all grasslands left within the country. And so we do a lot of burning at the Wilna unit of our refuge. So there's opportunities for us to do cross-programmatic training. So sending some of the tribal members out to get red carded, so then they can assist us on our burns, or if they decide on some of their properties in the future they wanted to do some prescribed burning, we would be able to create some kind of memorandum of understanding to do some large-scale habitat management. Other ways, sharing of equipment. We have already sent 2 tribal members from the Rappahannock tribe to our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service heavy equipment training. And what that does is it allows them to get on our pieces of equipment, and it allows us also to let the tribe borrow some of our equipment. So, for instance, I don't know where Jack is, but we coordinate, and they need our tractor in October, and so we're finishing up all the things for our hunts and trying to get our, our fire breaks and everything set, and then once our tractor is going to be sitting, we'll send it over. So it's a really great way to collaborate, and not something that you would think about, just sharing of equipment, but one thing as a land manager, if you have land, you kind of have to have equipment to manage it. And so this is a really great way for us to partner as well. Invasive species control, that's always a big one. And then again, native plantings, trying to create different ways where we work together. One of the things we've done on the Cat Point Creek unit is we have done a compatibility determination with the tribe for them to do the collection of wild rice and other important natives that are important to the tribe. And so there's all kinds of different opportunities there. One of the things I'm especially excited about is the visitor services and environmental education component of this. One of the things I think we can all agree on in this room is that if we do not get our younger generations off their phones for a few minutes and out in nature, we're going to lose just that love of the land that we all really, really have. And so by working with the tribe, I can see so many different possibilities in the future of how we can partner to really reach not only tribal communities, but just the larger American population in general that seems just really disconnected from the things that we find important. And so visitor services and environmental education is the way to do that. And one of the things we're really excited about, we just acquired a few years ago a unit that used to be an old vineyard. It's called the Cat Point Creek unit, and Fish and Wildlife Service is trying to reduce our footprint as far as having infrastructure and big buildings. And so purchasing this unit came with the caveat that, oh my gosh, what are we going to do with this 5,000 square foot building? It was causing folks a little bit of heartburn of, how we're going to kind of justify that. And so we were trying to figure out what we were going to do with that, and the tribe came in and said, hey, we would be interested in this building. And so what we're really excited about is Chief Ann's vision to create an Indigenous Environmental Education Center. And so this is going to be on a unit of the refuge, so it's going to be on the Cat Point Creek unit of the Rappahannock River Valley National Wildlife Refuge. It's going to have all of the same recreational opportunities we would have, hunting, hiking, wildlife observation, but now the tribe has been working on grants and going after different funds to really rehab this building and to turn it into something special where we're going to have this cross-programmatic opportunity to really blend tribal traditions and that ecological traditional knowledge with just some of the traditional things that we do on a refuge. I'm thinking about ways we can incorporate signs together to have native meanings and heritage on one side, and then our traditional red-tailed hawk eats mice, all that stuff. And then same thing with that 2,000 acres. How can we really create a system that we can go through the tribal lands, go through fish and wildlife, and tell a story, tell a complete story, not just the 400-year story. And so there's tons of opportunities right now, not with what we just talked about, but looking forward. The Northern Neck is doing an NNK 250 celebration. It's going to be happening over the next 3 or 4 years. It's a Park Service grant that was awarded. And so it's going to be all over the Northern Neck, but the first year, the topic is Power of Place. And so it has the theme is going to be, really focused on tribes and telling that first story. And so I feel like there's some really great opportunities for everybody in this room to potentially engage in one point or another with that work. And let's see, I want to make sure I touch on everything. Oh, I also wanted to talk about other opportunities that are happening around the country. So I was fortunate enough to be on the Refuge Systems Co-Stewardship Committee. And so basically what that is, it's a bunch of people from National Wildlife Refuges across the country trying to figure out how we can better collaborate and coordinate with tribes. Again, we have big land masses, and so we're the perfect opportunity to really work together on some of these bigger topics that we all care about. And so one of the neat deliverables that has come out of this is it's an internal toolkit right now, but it's giving a suite of examples of how refuges all across the country can take this kind of format or some of the other examples that we're going to be talking about real quick and use that on their landscape at their refuge and reaching out to their communities. And again, this is really stepping back as a federal government and really asking the tribes what would they like to see instead of what we would like to see for the tribes. It's really that listening piece that's important. And so here's a few different things that are happening around refuges around the country. That there's a lot more tribal inclusion, just to kind of whet your appetite for land acquisition. It's just not the only thing we can do. Out in Colorado, the National Wildlife Refuge out there invited tribal citizens for one of the first times to engage in their bison roundup. And so, and then at the end of that, there was a meat exchange. There was a working group created out at Pahranagat National Wildlife Refuge in southern Nevada, where 7 different tribes, the refuge, and a bunch of other community members came together to really sit down to identify for the refuge, what do they want the exhibits to look like. So again, on one side of a refuge panel, you would have the native translation and interpretation, and on the right-hand side, you would have a traditional National Wildlife Refuge interpretation or information. And so it was a really great weaving. The other thing that this refuge did is when they built their visitor center, even though the parking lot was to the west and you would have to walk around the building, they did that and created a trail and had the entrance at the east. And created a series where you'd have to walk through and really have that educational experience before you entered the building. In Maine, they're doing fish passage work, working with the native tribes to break down dams and barriers. Up at Lenape, the Lenape complex, the Delaware tribe is working with that refuge to think about different ways where they can have community collaboration and really bring those community members back to those lands that they've been removed from. Out in Klamath in Oregon, they're using traditional knowledge to create different weirs for wetland protection. Some of the wetlands had been completely degraded, and so they worked with some of the local tribes to develop some of the traditional things that they would do for fish, and it actually helped protect the wetlands. And so there's so many different examples of ways that we can work together. It can be over fellowship and food. It can be, we have kids fishing days every year at refuges. And I'm not the best fisherwoman, so, and so there's just so many different ways we can collaborate. And again, this is just some of the most important work I've done. It's exciting. The possibilities are endless. And I'll stop there and take what we're going to do questions after. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Little do-si-do. Okay, excellent. All right, we're going to take questions now. So just to remind you, there's white pieces of paper, pads on your table. If you have a question, just write it down and hold it up, and you get to go first, Chief. All right, so I'm going to start with this question. I'm going to start with this general question. And so what I've done, just for your value, is I've turned on the mic, okay? And so we're asked this question, and then if the questions are outside of your subject matter, one of the most important phrases that I've learned in my entire career is, I don't know. That's a completely fair thing to ask, and I will go find that out. I use that all the time. Okay. So the first question is, how do conservation easements impact tribes' ability to put land into trust? Heather, you want to take that?
I don't know. No, I think it depends, and I think that's a much better question. This is something that I've actually tried to get an answer to, and I don't have a good one for you. So I would encourage you to talk to the BIA and your own attorneys about that question, because it's tricky. It's definitely tricky.
Brian is a former.
As a tribal attorney,
Yes.
That is a process, as is stated by Heather. As you take land into trust, it's a multi-year process. So that is one of the factors that's taken into consideration by the federal government when you move through the FEDA trust process. But there are many other issues that you look at as you are doing that FEDA trust process. And again, conservation easements are one of them. That has been done before. It's just takes a long time.
One caveat, and this is just based on my very small knowledge of this topic, and remember, I'm not a lawyer. One of the considerations and one of the things that I've been led to believe makes it easier, and this gets to that trade-off of do you want flexibility or do you not want flexibility. I think it's easier for the BIA to understand a federal easement than it is for a land trust to go through that process if your easement is held by a land trust or a nonprofit organization. So that's part of the very complicated calculus about doing a conservation easement.
Thank you. Those were good answers. Okay, so we're going to continue on the conservation easement pathway, because we have a lot of questions about that. And I love these two questions because there's actually a multiplicity of owners and stakeholders of land, and we haven't touched on all of them. So this is a great question, which is, and Heather, I'm going to hope that you can answer this one, or you can say, I don't know. Related to conservation easements, are you aware of any public universities that have entered into these land relationships with tribal nations? And also, sort of a follow-up was, any private foundations? I will say one of the interesting things that I'm fascinated and I want the ICC to explore is, what does that look like across private landowners? We talk about Commonwealth, we talk about counties, but what about private entities?
I believe, and I think Brian might have more examples of this from other states, the concept of public universities engaging with tribes, especially when they're land-grant universities, is a topic of conversation that's coming up. I'm not aware, especially in Virginia, of any universities that are actively engaged in that work in terms of providing access to their land explicitly for tribal purposes. I think that's a conversation that should be had, and I think it is starting to happen in some other places. Private foundations, again, it depends on who the foundation is and what their mission is, whether or not they want to provide that kind of access.
So most of the tribal nations that we engage with when we're looking at carbon projects, we can do fee, trust, or allotted lands. So the tribe itself has to be the decision maker, the landowner, to enroll that land base into a carbon project. Now, I will say that conservation easements are highly frowned upon by the tribes that we are engaging with. And at the National Indian Carbon Coalition and the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, we are usually not supportive of conservation easements on tribal lands. So that's, it's difficult depending upon what the type of land base that you're taking advantage of. Like Heather mentioned, the Klamath tribe took possession of that 720 acres. We're engaged with the Klamath tribe on trying to develop carbon projects on some of those lands, so the conservation easement does come into play there. And usually the registries recommend having a conservation easement on that land base for the carbon project itself, but it is not necessary to actually enroll your lands in a carbon project with a conservation easement, even though it is recommended.
Great. I'm going to ask a follow-up, which is, one of the reasons that we were connected was because the National Indian Carbon Coalition is thinking about carbon credits and sovereignty in a different way. So can you talk about sort of why, like how you approach sovereignty differently? If people have heard about carbon credits, why does it look different through this partnership versus perhaps a more formal, like a different, more standard pro forma?
As I mentioned, to my personal opinion, if you don't have control of your language and don't have control of your land, you're not truly exerting your sovereign rights. So when we talk about sovereignty at the Indian Land Tenure Foundation and as well as the National Indian Carbon Coalition, we want those tribal communities to exert as much rights over their land bases that they can. Obviously we have to deal with your local, state, and federal governments, but still, you have the opportunity as a tribal government to enact your own laws. So for example, through the Hearth Act, tribal nations are able to assume leasing responsibilities for their lands. You do not need to go to the Secretary of Interior to get approval for a land lease any longer if you exert those rights and assume that responsibility. But when you assume the responsibility, you're also taking on the legal risk and you're taking on the financial responsibility to do that type of work. So a lot of times tribes have minimal income coming from those land bases through different types of financing mechanisms like leasing that just are not enough revenue to help manage those land bases. And to me, that's where the carbon opportunity comes into play. You're still able to derive this revenue from your land base. You are able to protect and preserve those natural resources. That's where I come from my perspective, is that how do we keep those natural resources in the ground? My boss always wants me to lead, well, how much money are you going to make? That's what he wants me to tell the tribes. And I don't agree with that. I think we have to look at the conservation and the preservation of those land bases before we start talking about the finances. Now, leadership, they're going to want to know, well, what's the bottom dollar here that we're going to be able to derive for income? And there's an important decision in making these projections as to how you're going to actually preserve this land base. But we want to look at first and foremost the preservation of these resources, the preservation of land, the reacquisition of your traditional land bases. Again, I'm a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. We have 65,000 acres on our reservation. We own less than a third. Working with the Keweenaw Bay Indian community, as I mentioned, one of the large commercial logging operators in northern Michigan owns over half of the forest lands within that reservation, more than the tribe itself. We're trying to get the return of these lands back to these tribal nations, and carbon revenue, exerting your sovereign rights to manage that land, to protect that land, to put sustainable management land practices in place are starting to show extremely beneficial. We deal with the federal government all the time, USDA, DOE, NOAA, other organizations, and one of the things that we always want to focus on is that return that land back to the tribe. You have control, you have co-management agreements, just let the tribes manage the land. We know what we're doing, we know how to do it, we don't need your assistance, but that's the current system that we're operating in. So it's starting to trend in that direction. I feel that these conversations, the dollars that are starting to come out underneath the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, are starting to flow into Indian country, and we're going to start to see more of these opportunities for tribal nations to regather their land bases, take possession of lands, whether it be, again, through a co-management degree, agreement, or through straight-up land acquisition or return of lands. Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe in northern Minnesota got 15,000 acres of the Chippewa National Forest returned to the tribe through a congressional action. There's many different maneuvers. There's many different opportunities that we're seeing in Indian country right now, and we have to take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you. So I had a bit of a question, which is probably a layperson question. These are great, awkward questions that I love to ask on behalf of other people in the audience, which is carbon credits and offsets. And is that passing the buck that allows people to pollute? Or how do you talk to people about how carbon credits can actually move us forward in the climate discussion and not allow people to get away with things they shouldn't be getting away with?
It's a great question, and a question we get asked often. So we talk a lot about green colonialism. This is one of the issues that we're starting to see from some organizations that do not support carbon sequestration projects on tribal lands, which, they're controversial. This is going to happen. This isn't the solution, in my opinion, to addressing climate change, carbon sequestration, but it is a tool in our tool chest that we can utilize and we can effectively utilize to help tribes take possession again of their land bases, to take control over what's occurring on their lands. One of the three main issues that we see when we begin engaging with a tribe is that question, allowing polluters to continue to pollute. And that's where I say, again, I give the tribe control over whom we will sell your carbon credits to. So you tell me who you're going to approve. Again, right away we kick out oil and gas, mining operators, financial institutions that support those organizations out the window right off the top. And that's where one of our major supporters right now is Meta, Airbnb, Dick's Sporting Goods. Like, those are the big three that we engage with because they see the value of the tribal environmental projectives that we're trying to show other landowners within our regions. So that's one of the main things that we want to focus on, is ensuring that organizations that we are engaging with support the tribal nations themselves, the goals of their environmental departments, how we're going to move forward through this. The other issue is limited waiver of sovereign immunity. So when we engage with tribes, that's always a big question. If you're going to participate in the California cap and trade market or the Washington State cap and invest market, you have to provide some sort of limited waiver. When we work in the voluntary carbon market, we do not need to provide that limited waiver. And then, of course, the duration of the projects is always another concern. California cap and trade, 100 years. On the voluntary, we can be between 30 to 40 years, depending upon the protocol that we utilize. So we try to address those concerns on the front end when we begin this engagement. And again, we want all of the stakeholders in the room when we have these conversations, because again, if leadership makes a decision and staff is not supportive of it, staff is going to go to membership, and membership is going to go back to leadership and say, why did you make this decision? And it's going to be a project that's not going to succeed. So we want to ensure that all of the stakeholders, membership, leadership, and staff, understand the importance of these projects and why they are being developed on their land base.
Thank you. Okay, so I found a whole bunch of questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Heather. Okay, this one's for Marcy. It says the James River, I think that's National Wildlife Refuge, or area, it could be area, I'm sorry, I can't read that word, is in our reservation. How can our tribe, as a stakeholder, become involved?
Reach out to me. Let's talk. I would love to invite that conversation and talk about it. James River is a really neat area as far as the refuge because it's 4,500 contiguous acres. The one challenge that I think we have up at Rappahannock is that we're piecemealing, that 20,000 acres together, and so it's hundreds of acres or at a time, and so everything's kind of spread out. Whereas James River's one contiguous block, a little over 4,500 acres. So there's lots of great opportunities. One of the things that I was remiss in saying that I just wanted to follow up as far as green economic development, since this is the topic. refuges, along with parks, we're funded by Congress and by budgets that are given by Congress. And there's this really neat third-party report that comes out every few years on National Wildlife Refuges called a Banking on Nature report. And so the gist of the report is for every dollar that Congress allocates, so let's just use the Rappahannock River Valley Refuge. So for every dollar that Congress gives to Rappahannock for our budget, how much in return of economic value is that refuge giving to the local community? So is that through, we have a rare bird species that everybody's coming to see, fishing licenses, gas, hotels for people to come. And so they found that different areas and different refuges actually give back more on the dollar. And so we're one of the few agencies that kind of drives some economics in different areas. And so looking toward opportunities to work together with the tribe on, at least at Phones and then at Cat Point, there's things that the tribe can do and events that they can hold that we necessarily can't, that can generate revenue and do other things that can then go back to your tribal community. And so not only, so basically different programs and different things that the refuge is doing, I can see there's opportunities for the tribe to collaborate and then also take on their own opportunities on their own lands to do some of these economic drivers. There's something to be said for the birding community. I mean, if you get a rare bird on your piece of land, I mean, people will spend some money to come see that animal. So, there's all kinds of different ways, and again, like with the Cat Point Creek unit, with the tribe having that building, there's opportunities for festivals and different things that make it a little bit more challenging for us to generate that income that the tribe could do easily. So wanted to just kind of bring that back around. I forgot to turn the page on my notes.
That's great. That's super. So there are a couple of questions about specific land acquisitions. Something that I have learned is not to talk about these out loud in public forum where it's being taped so that no one will jack up your prices for these particular land bases. So we're not going to focus on that. But there's a couple of questions here just about easements, and we're almost coming to the end of our time. So one of the things I think would be really helpful is to think about a follow-up session where we can kind of dive in a little bit more on easements, because there's a lot of questions around easement holders, what are the rights, what are the responsibilities, and what that looks like. So I'm going to talk about that and some key opportunities, which I will pay attention to and get back to some of the tribes on the land acquisitions and share that with our partners. And I'm going to stop with this one. Are there federal policies that can support standardizing cultural respect easements or permitting tribes to be easement holders? That's just a small question.
No. I learned it from Brian. Easement law is actually pretty state-specific. I'm sure that there could be policies, and I think Marcy talked about some of the directives at the Department of Interior that are slightly less than legislative, but do carry a lot of weight within those agencies about tribal use of public lands. So there's work certainly that can be done at the federal level. Easement law in particular is really governed by the state. It is overseen by state law, so it's different everywhere. That said, there's a large land trust community out there across the country. We get together every year. We talk to each other about how different laws are being implemented across the country, and I think we're always interested in learning from each other on how land trusts out west are working with tribes, how land trusts here are working with tribes, and figuring out how we can improve our own state law and practices, honestly. Most of, I think, what needs to be done, I think the vast majority of it is in practice. It's not, there are legal challenges, don't get me wrong. I understand that there are challenges in the Code of Virginia. But I think a lot of it is understanding the specific small tweaks that need to be made, but really implementing bigger changes in practice with better communication.
Fantastic. All right, so we're going to end the questions there. I have a bunch of questions that still haven't been asked and answered, but we will find a way to wrap these up and get back with you. I want to thank our panel, Brian and Heather and Marcy. This was fantastic. I just really want to thank you for great conversation. I hope the thread of the discussions that we talked about through innovative solutions that are tribally led, opportunities to really kind of shift who's at the table and how the table's set for conservation from Heather was great. And then also just, thinking more expansively about how tribes can partner with different agencies across a larger landscape on their cultural ancestral lands, which is great. So thank you all. I'm going to ask you to leave so I can bring up Chief Ann. Fantastic. That was the most fun I've had all month, so I just want to thank you for that. Okay, so I would like to, we have an agenda, but we're throwing in surprises. We're mixing it up. It's going to be fun. So this afternoon, so I'm just going to walk through. I'm going to invite Chief Ann here for a presentation that is not on your agenda. So I hope everyone is riveted in their seats. And then after Chief Ann, we'll have lunch. And I just wanted to make a pre-mention that if speakers for the second section could come and sit at the front, it'll just make it a little bit easier to get speakers in and out. So thank you very much. Chief Ann, welcome.
Thank you, Melissa, so graciously for stepping up, helping me out. I have difficulty breathing right now too well and getting my thoughts together. So please bear with me. I appreciate her standing in for me and helping me at the last minute. So I would like to do a little presentation because there's someone among us who is a champion for these tribes and has been for a long time. And I don't think that he's gotten the recognition that he deserves. And so I would like to recognize Joel Dunn, Executive Director of the Chesapeake Conservancy, who has been given an Indian name as My Red Warrior. Joel, would you come? Joel has been a warrior for the tribes for a long time. And the work that he has done, first of all, he's relentless, like our warriors. He knows what he has to do, and if he loses a battle on this day, it doesn't really matter because he's still going to win the war. And that's what he does. He doesn't give up. And I've watched him work for a number of years, and he is very, very shrewd. He is. And he is one of the most convincing people. I think he may have been in sales previously. But he's one of the most convincing people that I've ever met, and very powerful. And we've become great friends. I love him, and he invited me to his board, and now I love his board. And he has changed the way Virginia sees these tribes because of his advocacy. He has changed the mindset of the way people on the outside view us because he understands the heart of our people. And he doesn't have any problem telling people all about it. And he does it in a pretty persuading way. His staff works with my staff. I'm on his board, so he helps me and I help him, and together we're gonna take over the world, right? Okay. This is to my Red Warrior, Joel Dunn. We appreciate all you have done to help us accomplish our return to the river. for the Rappahannock tribe. Bless you, love you, do anything for you.
I just want to say thank you so much on behalf of all of my family, my friends, and I'm very, very, very grateful for this recognition. I'm humbled by it, tremendously humbled by it. I obviously don't have any prepared remarks, but I will say that I'm not done. I have a lot more work to do, and we've got great things ahead of us as a partnership and as a community, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to get into our next session here, which is all about story mapping. And we have a number of folks here who are going to take it over and do a bit of an interactive and share a story map with you that has been created with a series of partners on stage. So in the interest of efficiency, I'm going to introduce them all at once, and then they're going to tag team and amaze us all, right? And share some really great work with us. So let me start with John. All right. And I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, John. John Jastrom is a hydrologist who serves as the Studies Section Chief and the Program Development Specialist for the U.S. Geological Survey's Virginia and West Virginia Water Science Center in Richmond, Virginia. In these roles, John leads a team of scientists focused on water resource issues, ranging from groundwater quality and the availability of land to land subsidence to surface water quality, as well as leading efforts to expand partnerships with federal, state, and local agencies, tribes, and other organizations. John holds a BS in Environmental Analysis and Planning from Frostburg State University and a Master's of Science in the Environmental Science and Engineering from Virginia Tech. Right, I'm going to introduce the second panelist immediately to his right. Nina Brundle is a geospatial scientist at the Virginia Commonwealth University Rice Rivers Center, which I haven't gone to yet, but I've heard such wonderful things about. Okay. The VCU Rice Rivers Center is a biological field station located on the James River and plays a role in the research of diverse disciplines, including water resources, climate science, wildlife conservation, and wetlands restoration. Nina earned her master's degree in environmental studies and a geographic information systems post-baccalaureate graduate certificate from VCU, which is the science of where. Yes. She's also a graduate of Christopher Newport University, where she received a BA in biology. During her graduate internship at VCU Rice Rivers Center, she created an award-winning story map, which might be presented here today, which presents the results of a collaborative effort by the Pamunkey Indian Tribe, the VCU Rice Rivers Center, and the United States Geological Survey to document the current state of water resources in the Pamunkey River. All right, immediately to her right is Annie Scott. Welcome, Annie. Annie Scott is a staff scientist in the United States Geological Survey, USGS, Office of Tribal Relations. She holds a BA in geology and the University of Montana, from the University of Montana, and a Master's of Science from the University of Missouri. And she spent many years as an adjunct professor and youth science enrichment educator before joining USGS in 2016. In her current role, she supports national-scale tribal engagement, co-leads the USGS Tribal Relations Community of Practice and participates in events for Native youth in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, also known to all parents as STEM. And lastly, we have, Jonathan Johnson, who is not actually on the stage, but will be joining members of the stage, who is a geologist with USGS. So we have a great contingent. We're really excited to have you share. They're going to give a presentation, and then we'll pause for questions afterwards. So thank you so much for joining us. And I will say, you just need to watch how close you get, this for everyone, to the mic so you're not beatboxing.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you for having me and for having us here today. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here to share with you some of what we've been working on. As you heard, my name is John. Computer's moving. I'm with USGS. If you're not familiar with our agency, we are the primary science agency within the U.S. Department of Interior. My colleague Annie is going to speak more about that towards the end of our session here today. But I wanted to mention specifically that I'm with the Virginia and West Virginia Water Science Center of the USGS, and our role is to provide applied water resources science for our partners. And if you're in this room today, you are one of our partners. We work with some of the tribes, as you'll hear, but also many of the state and federal agencies that are here today. So if you have water issues and you need help, we'd love to talk with you. Before we move into introducing the project, I just want to point out that the folks who actually did the work aren't here today, so sorry you're stuck with me. But I just wanted to acknowledge that team, and that includes Brendan Foster from USGS, Ron Lopez, and Ed Crawford from VCU Rice River Center, as well as Nina, who you do get to hear from today. So just a quick introduction to what we're going to be talking about. This is a project that we did collaboratively with the Pamunkey tribe, with Chief Gray, his staff, and elders of his tribe, with a goal of compiling and summarizing information on water and water-dependent resources that are of interest to the tribe. So to do this, we worked with tribal staff and elders, as well as scientists from Virginia Commonwealth University, scientists from the U.S. Geological Survey. Together, we compiled, synthesized, and summarized scientific literature and scientific findings, as well as traditional ecological knowledge. And you'll see some examples of that in the product that's presented today. Through this effort, we compiled a comprehensive report that is currently in review and will be published soon to provide a citable document for the tribe to use in their various endeavors. But we wanted to make sure that this information was acceptable or was accessible not only to scientific and technical communities, but to the members of the tribe, members of the public, to you all, and to anybody else who really needs to see it. And so that's where Nina stepped in and developed this great product that you're going to see now. This is what we call a story map, and I'm going to hand it over to Nina to take it from here.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is, again, Nina Brundle, and I'm a geospatial scientist at Virginia Commonwealth University's Rice River Center. So, like John mentioned, my contribution to this project was to communicate the scientific findings of this report in the form of a story map. And today, I will show you all how we used Esri's ArcGIS Online story map application to tell the story of the traditional ecological knowledge, water science literature review, and management of the Pamunkey River. And some of you might be wondering, what is a story map? So sorry. Some of you may be wondering, what is a story map? Well, a story map is a web-based application that integrates geospatial data, maps, text, videos, and other content to allow you to create a captivating and interactive story. Story maps allow your narrative to invoke a strong sense of place, illustrate spatial relationships, and give a visual appeal to your story, or in our case, a technical report. Esri's ArcGIS Online platform has an extremely user-friendly story builder, which allows you to choose a template, edit and upload and edit your content, and then you can publish it to the web. And as I scroll through, you can see how these make for excellent educational tools that allow the user to visualize, but also interact with the data in a very approachable way. That's just not easy to do in a 100+ page document. So to begin our story, we go over a brief history of the Pamunkey Indian tribe and their relationship with the Pamunkey River to illustrate the river's importance as well as their connection to this invaluable resource throughout time. Here we illustrate how the Pamunkey Indians utilize the river for cultural activities, travel, commerce, and sustenance. As I scroll through, you can see images of from the past and the present. And I want to note that all of these images were either sourced or provided from tribal members, part of their museum collection, were sourced from the Smithsonian, or taken from some of the authors in the report. And I just want to show you how you can see where an image came from. So there's this little symbol here, and if you hover over, it'll give you credit information. All right. So maps can be very easily created and embedded. And this one here, I'm going to zoom in, shows you where the Pamunkey Reservation is located within the York River watershed. Let's see, you can very easily interact with, you can drag them around or zoom in and out. And this will be more important later in some of the other more intensive maps. So to close, you just hit the exit. And as you see here, or as you can see on this map, that the river, or the Pamunkey Reservation, is surrounded almost entirely by the Pamunkey River. So any changes to this body of water indeed impact the reservation in some way. We included several images from around the reservation, like this aerial photograph here, or this photo of the fish hatchery. You can also include hyperlinks to outside content that might create more context to your narrative. And then in the theme of then and now, we wanted to include some more recent images, and this is from their annual fish fry. And like John spoke of, through interviews with Pamunkey tribal elders and comprehensive scientific literature review, this report identifies the gaps in scientific and traditional understanding, and with the ongoing and emerging threats to the Pamunkey River, its resources, and the people that live and depend on it. Here we have some images of the tribal elders that we interviewed, and all images, I wanted to note, you can click on them and expand, and you can see a bigger view. Oops, what's going on? Here we go. Now I'm going to get into more of the scientific findings, and really my role here today is to talk about the story map and how you can interact with it, and not really speak too much to the scientific part. But if there are any specific questions, please let us know, and we'll try to answer that at the end. So this is an example of how you can embed a video clip into your story. And this one is of tribal elder Warren Cook describing current shoreline erosion along the Pamunkey River. I'm going to play that now. Oh, maybe it won't play. But he's just explaining the shoreline erosion that has occurred. So this is an example of an interactive map, and it's showing the surface water quality impairments throughout the York River watershed. So I'm going to expand it. You have a legend here that you can close, or of course keep open, and I'm going to keep it open, and zoom into the reservation. And you can see all these colorized stream segments, and this legend will tell you what's going on within these stream segments. I'm going to zoom into this one. This is Harrison Creek, and you can see if you scroll down on the legend here that there are E. coli and dissolved oxygen impairments within this stream segment. So this is actual data that we used in the report. And it gives the user, it's really important because it's giving the user the ability to interact with that data. Another map of all the water quality monitoring stations within the watershed. You can see that all the green dots are USGS water quality monitoring stations, where the orange are the Chesapeake Bay program monitoring stations. And this is another really useful tool called a dashboard, which allows you to integrate both maps and actual data. So here we have a map of the York River watershed and some USGS monitoring stations. And it's telling you if the sites are degrading, improving, or if there are any trends within them. And this is looking at nitrogen, total nitrogen loads within the watershed. You can also hover over each station site, and get more information about that. We have one for total phosphorus, as well as suspended sediment. And now these are some images that were included in the report, or some figures that were included in the report. And this one, and they're really speaking to groundwater withdrawals. And this one is showing that pre-development, how the flow of the groundwater looks like, and then after much groundwater extraction has occurred, how it's changing the flow underground. And we have this figure is just displaying the amounts of groundwater withdrawals per month, and it breaks it down by the type of withdrawal, whether it's industry, municipal, agriculture, et cetera, et cetera. Yet again, another interactive map that allows you to really look at the data, and it really gives the user the option of how much digging they want to do, just really making it very accessible. You can also integrate animations, and this is a really great one that was created by someone at USGS that is showing what happens, how subsidence work. So as water is pumped out of an aquifer, the water pressure decreases and the weight of the ground compacts and the land sinks. And this is really important because rates of subsidence in the lower Chesapeake Bay region are among the highest in the Atlantic seaboard. And West Point, Virginia, is a subsidence epicenter. And this map is just showing where in relation on a map the Pamunkey Indian Reservation is to West Point. Oops, sorry. All right. Okay. So this is a map of the York River watershed, and the Pamunkey Reservation is located right here. The York River watershed is a landscape that is diverse in the habitats it supports, and habitat availability and suitability in the Pamunkey River watershed will be largely impacted by human development, sea level rise, subsidence, invasive species, and climate disruption. And the following maps that I'm about to show you are the likely threats to the river and ultimately their reservation. And this is a map of all the dams that are within just the York River watershed alone. And this is a map of the salinity gradient, and this one is interactive, where, let me just zoom in a little bit more. You can see that Sweet Hall Marsh is here. So if you click on this circle, it's showing that Sweet Hall Marsh was once a freshwater tidal marsh up until 1997, and since then it has saltwater intrusion has occurred. So you can see that as this whole portion is considered oligohaline, meaning that it has saltwater concentrations within it, and it's starting to creep up around to closer upstream toward the reservation. And this is a map of all the submerged aquatic vegetation along the reservation and its densities. And one threat here is the invasive plant hydrilla, which has the ability to rapidly spread and outcompete native forms of submerged aquatic vegetation. And this is a photo of what hydrilla looks like. This is a map that shows all of the wetlands on the reservation. And you can see that much of the reservation is made up of forested freshwater and freshwater emergent wetlands. And one threat to freshwater forested wetlands that are dominated by ash trees is the emerald ash borer, which is an invasive beetle that can cause devastation to that tree species. And this is what the infestation looks like. And so now I'm going to touch upon a topic that I'm sure many of you are already familiar with, which is sea level rise, or at least have heard about. Some of the highest rates of sea level rise in the country are occurring in the Chesapeake Bay region. The data here, I just want to note that the data here in these maps is sourced from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA for short. And I want to note that these are just projections. So these projections can change. And these maps illustrated the projected scenarios from least to greatest impact by the year 2100. It's predicted that sea level rise rates of 3 to 6 feet are likely in this area by the year 2100. And so this is a map of essentially the current conditions. I'm going to call it 0 feet of sea level rise, but really what you're seeing here is the mean higher high water, or the average higher high water height of each tidal day observed over a national tidal datum epoch. So essentially, this is just what you're seeing currently. And this is a simulation of the projected 3 feet of sea level rise. Again, this is by the year 2100. And this is what 6 feet of sea level rise would look like. And again, this is a worst case scenario. This is what 10 feet of sea level rise could look like by the year 2100. But based on our current understanding of the factors contributing to global sea level rise, conservative estimates of the Pamunkey River suggest a 3 to foot rise by 2100. And I'm going to zoom in on this map. And you can see that in both scenarios, many homes and structures on the reservation are impacted at both scenarios. But there are several homes that could be underwater in both scenarios here. And even if they're not touched by water, the roadways are, which would impede travel to these structures and homes. And the fish hatchery is on the water, so that's certainly a threat to the fish hatchery would be sea level rise, but also shoreline erosion. And that's circled here. And native fish species like the Atlantic sturgeon, pictured here, American shad, and alewife are culturally and economically important to the Pamunkey Indian tribe. The threat to these native fisheries is the introduction of invasive species such as the blue catfish. Blue catfish are known to outcompete native species and cause decreases in their populations. Okay, so what you're seeing here is I just kind of wanted to note that this is kind of like, this video can be set up on a loop and used sort of like a design element, so it's a background, but what you're seeing is actually pretty cool. This is a freshwater mussel acting like a lure to attract a fish host species. Freshwater mussels include many species of conservation concern that can be important to water quality. And since the 1970s, there's been a 60% reduction in freshwater mussel biodiversity. And in this section, the authors just summarize the story and share some recommendations on where to go from here. Like John mentioned, that this report is in the publication process, and once it's published and available to the public, there will be a link provided here so that you can go directly to it and read it alongside the story map if you wish. We do have a PDF of all the sources that we used in both the report as well as the story map currently, though. I do have some contact information if anyone has any questions about the story map today or about the report and that I can't answer. I can certainly get you in contact with someone who can. I'm going to turn it back over to John.
Thanks, Nina. That is a really nice tool. And so just to kind of tie this into the theme of today on green economic development, I think the information that was synthesized in this effort, bringing together scientific knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge, would of course be useful in any green economic development endeavor. It provides a citable resource for tribal staff to use as they're seeking whatever it may be, grant funding or whatever it is. So, I think that's how this tool really ties into the theme for today. So now we're going to switch gears a little bit, and Annie's going to share with you some of the other resources that our agency has for you to consider. So.
Thanks so much, John. And if you're wondering how to access and where to find that story map, which you may be, I have some flyers over here, and I'll be here all day. And it has, we have some QR codes on the back as well. The top one is to the Office of Tribal Relations. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do here at USGS for our OTR, or the Office of Tribal Relations, as well as the West Virginia Water Science Center, and then the link right here to the story map. So you can scan that or type in the long web address here to find that information. So please feel free to come see me. I'll leave some outside as well. You may see another publication that we brought copies of to share as well. But most importantly, thank you all so much today for inviting us here and for this opportunity to listen and to learn. I've already learned a lot today, and that's my favorite part about my job, is being able to go across the country and learn about tribal science needs. Learn what we can do to provide that technical training and the science to you. My name, like I said, is Annie Scott, and I come to you today from USGS headquarters, and that's located just up the road a bit, about 2 hours north in Reston, Virginia. So we're just northwest of the DC area. I wanted to start today with just a very brief introduction to what is the USGS. You've heard that term a couple of times here today. And you may think of us when you see, for instance, Kilauea erupting, which happened for the 3rd time this year, starting this week. You may think of us when you see a large earthquake, as the large earthquake that hit Morocco last week. You may think of us about some of the 10,000 stream gauges across the country that we use to monitor stream flow and predict flash floods as well. But what you may not know is that we also have a very large mapping part of our mission, and that is actually the largest collection of civilian maps in the United States. We also have a large ecosystems mission area. Everything from studying how species interact with each other, to invasive species, to climate change and climate resilience. And it's not in the word geological. If it were up to me, I might expand the name of USGS a little bit. But just to give you a little background, we do a lot more than geology, even though my background is in geology, and Jonathan's going to speak to geology a bit as well today. But most importantly, we do science. We don't manage lands. We don't make policy. We are here to provide that unbiased, actionable science. And it's all publicly available as well. So since I'm here from the Office of Tribal Relations, which is part of, like I said, it's the headquarters office, we are within the Office of Science Quality and Integrity. And we take our role to protect the federal trust responsibility extremely importantly. And we know we have a lot of work to do. We have 3 full-time staff for about the 8,000 scientists across the nation. 3 of us are located here in headquarters, 2 staff scientists, myself and Shailene Chavarria, who is a hydrologist at the New Mexico Water Science Center and who's also a staff scientist and a member of the Santa Clara Pueblo. In addition to that, we have regional tribal liaisons in all 7 USGS regions, and a tribal advisor in all mission areas. Those mission areas are, again, the things that I mentioned that are the types of science that we do. And so you may hear those words pop up again. We have, like I said, ecosystems. There won't be a test, don't worry. Natural hazards, water resources, energy and minerals, and of course, water resources. Say water resources twice? Okay. Okay, there's also a handout that I'll pass out if you'd like to learn a little bit more about our science, and look online to get all of the publicly available data as well. But within the Office of Tribal Relations, we do several things. We build awareness across USGS of tribal science needs. We talk with tribes about your science needs so that we can provide that to you as best as possible. We equip our 8,000 employees so that they can uphold the federal trust responsibilities and comply with the tribal relations policies of both the U.S. Geological Survey and the Department of the Interior. We serve as a resource to USGS staff engaging with tribes and through our biweekly internal tribal relations community of practice to raise cultural awareness about Indian country. We advise USGS leadership on tribal concerns and work to ensure consistency in honoring the very important government-to-government relationship with tribes. All 574 of the federally recognized tribes. Our team represents USGS on interagency working groups, including the Department of the Interior and the White House, to help figure out how to include Indigenous knowledge where appropriate in the federal decision-making process. We also assist with tribal training needs for tribes. That's something that I'm going to be around this afternoon. I'm happy to talk with you, especially as you're staffing up your environmental departments. If you'd like to discuss any sort of training needs with me, I'd be happy to do that and to connect you with our regional tribal liaison for Virginia. He was here last year, my friend and colleague, Jason Sorensen. Unfortunately, he was out in the field today and couldn't join us, but would love to put you in touch with him if you're interested, and I have information for that as well. Another thing we've been focusing on the last year or so, and in some cases the last decade, is really helping to infuse STEM in Native communities, especially with our youth. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I have background in education as well, and I have 2 teenagers. So I definitely know how important it is to connect all kids with their land, water, and ecosystems. And in many cases, those cultural ties have been set aside because they are very busy with technology. And so I have the great honor and privilege to work with tribes to infuse STEM enrichment in their communities. A couple of ways that we've been doing that is through environmental education days. I was down recently in Atmore, Alabama with the Porch Band of Creek Indians for their Environmental Education Day, where over 250 students rotated through science stations led by a variety of folks. And it was just amazing to see how engaged they were. It was just groundwater, but when you do things hands-on, they get that connection again. And that connection to the land, water, and ecosystems and understanding the science behind it is something that we are grateful to be able to do. We do have some outreach as well with K-12 school activities. So I know that several tribes are working on starting tribal schools. Feel free to reach out, and we will do our best in all over the country to try to connect you with our staff who can teach you, can infuse that science with the curriculum as well. With the Mashpee Wampanoag up on Cape Cod, they've actually been working on a program there that is now fully run by the tribe called Preserving Our Homelands, where various agencies that are on Cape Cod, to include NOAA, the Woods Hole Institute, and the USGS and others, work again to connect the kids to the land. Also with the San Carlos Apache tribe in Arizona and the Confederated Warm Springs tribe within Oregon. On a fun note, last week I spent the week out with 106 eighth graders on the Hopi and Navajo reservations, again talking about land, water, and ecosystems. We had 2 full days of science activities, and the last day they presented what they felt was most important that tied them and their culture to what we were talking about. And it was an inspiration to see their artwork, their essays, their presentations about finding that connection again. So with that, I'd love to take any questions at the end here, and also I'll be around all day, happy to talk with any of you. And I will now turn you over to Jonathan Johnson. Come on up, Jonathan.
Hello, I'll be really quick. First thing I want to say is thank you for the opportunity. I'm learning a lot. I'm really new to this. One of the first things I learned was the first gentleman who spoke. He talked about inclusive language. One of that is being peoples and how you use the term peoples. I thought that was really, really interesting and powerful and very inclusive. So my name's Jonathan Johnson. I'm a geologist from the Florence Bascom Geoscience Center. And I'm an Air Force veteran, and I'm our tribal liaison. And so what our Science Center does is we look at hazards, we look at climate, we look at maps. We have a lot of active projects going on in the area. So I take a step back, and so for hazards, I know Andy kind of mentioned it, but we look at storms and landslides, how we can be more resistant to those storms and landslides. Climate, we look at past, present, and future climate. We looked at vegetation. I specialize in pollen, and I know a lot of people are angry at pollen right now, so I'm going to apologize on pollen's behalf. But we also study sea level rise, too. And Nina really explained sea level rise, the importance of knowing about it. For the maps, we look at geologic maps, which they've already talked about as well, so I won't harp on that too much. But we have some active projects right now, too. In the entire region, we look at how land clearance is affecting floods. We look at wetland forest resilience. We look at how they're using their nutrients and how sea level rise and encroaching waters changes how that nutrients is being used. And if we take a step back on what we do or what I do as a scientist, we infer a lot from this proxy data that, let's say I look at pollen inside of mud, and I kind of make some large-scale conclusions from that mud. But if we could mesh in traditional ecological knowledge with what we have at our science center, I think that science could be benefited from that traditional ecological knowledge. So like I said, I was going to be really fast. Again, my name is Jonathan. I'm not on the brochure, but if you have any other questions, please ask me about pollen because I'm dying to talk about it. Please, you can find us after this, and so thank you very much.
Super. Do we have any questions for the group here? Yes. So the question was, on the map, they were pointing out West Point and how much the paper mills affect subsidence on the properties.
Can you hear me? All right, yeah, so groundwater pumping at the paper mill in West Point is one of the leading contributors to subsidence in the area. So we also have major pumping centers in Southern Virginia, and so you'll see hotspots of subsidence in that region because of that as well. That's in addition to kind of background natural processes. There's glacial isostatic rebound where the Earth's surface is still recovering from the last ice age, but groundwater pumping on top of that is exacerbating subsidence in the region.
Other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, you're like right, Dave, there's like a light, like a halo behind your head. You're an angel, sent to me to ask a question. Go for it.
I do not. My role in this was to communicate it, but I didn't actually help write the report. But I can certainly, we can connect after, and I can give you some contact information that we can get that answer for you.
That's the best response. That's right. I found it was interesting to join Chief Gray and walk Pamunkey Land, and he was talking about the hatchery, and man, all those dam spots. That's an amazing visual of just how many spots sort of light up. So thank you very much. That was really wonderful. Any other questions? Oh, yes, please.
Talking about the water level dropping all around with Pamunkey. So with in our area, we've got a lot of development coming into there, housing developments, business stuff there. There is an extensive water system, so everything's on just about on wells. So with your mapping, the data you produce, as we're getting these water withdrawal permits, is there data that we can get from you that can show us what the drawdown is, in that particular aquifer in our area? Is that something that we're tracking? Because as we move forward, developing housing for our people, we have to worry about having a sustainable water source for the future.
Right. So in addition to subsidence that we talked about, water availability is a big concern, and that's what you're mentioning. And so definitely we have folks that are actively working on that, and would be happy to talk with you. That's outside my expertise, so I can't really speak to it much today, but we can get in touch and talk more.
Other questions? All right, fantastic. I want to also draw attention to the fact that Nikki Bass, Vice Chair of the Nansemond Tribal Council, also created a really beautiful story map for the Nansemond, which is stellar. So I just wanted to recognize her here. And I believe she was recognized on the national stage at the Ezra User Conference this year. So congratulations, and thank you for joining us. All right, fantastic, thank you. All right, great. So we're going to go on to our next topic. Before we do, to introduce the speaker, I just wanted to thank the National Park Service, and specifically Wendy O'Sullivan and her team for working with us through the Chesapeake Bay Gateways Network to help us bring different voices and Indigenous expertise to the table today through honorariums. We really appreciate that. I know Kim Hall is here. Hi, Kim. Who is the National Park Service Regional Director, the National Capital Region. All right, thank you very much. I'm not going to lie, Joel helped me with that one. And we have a phenomenal attendance from National Park Service superintendents, and I just wondered if we could take a moment for them all to rise, because the next conversation is about cultural tourism, and I consider that as a pretty key partnership for the tribe. So could we rise? Fantastic. Really great. And I know we have a lot more MPS staff as well, physically on the Zoom link right now and watching the program virtually. So, okay, we're going to go to the next speaker, which is very exciting, and I think we can celebrate the fact that there was a recent bill introduced to introduce the Chesapeake National Recreation Area. And so this is kind of an interesting conversation for us to have and think about the opportunities through that. So Sherry Rupert, I'm going to ask her to come join us. She's Patuit Moshoe, is CEO, American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association CEO for that organization, and she's going to present on Indigenous tourism. Sherry has nearly 2 decades of executive-level experience managing and promoting Native American tourism. Since joining AANTA as CEO in 2019, she has spearheaded several initiatives, including the organization's groundbreaking new tribal agro-tourism program and overseeing AANTA's first-ever virtual American Indian Tourism Conference, which drew a record number of registrants in 2020. As CEO of the only national association dedicated to Indigenous tourism, she is the leading voice when it comes to advocating for travel and tourism as a significant economic driver in tribal nations. Among her responsibilities, she curates a robust educational program for tribes and Indigenous-owned hospitality enterprises, green economic development, around the country. Prior to assuming the role of CEO, she was president of Ayanta's board of directors since 2010. During that time, she was instrumental in working with Congress to pass the Native American Tourism and Improving Visitor Experience, also known as NATIVE, Act. Rupert was formerly the executive director of the State of Nevada Indian Commission, where she reported directly to the governor of Nevada to serve as a liaison to the state's 27 tribes, bands, and colonies. During her tenure, she developed the Nevada Indian Territory Initiative and won awards and accolades for her work in preserving the site of the Stewart Indian School as a museum and cultural center. Please welcome Sherry Rupert to the podium. So I think that you just go for it. Okay, and press
All right. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I appreciate that. And I want to thank you all for the planning committee for inviting me here, chiefs, for allowing me to be here in your country. It's beautiful. I've never been in this part of Virginia before. I am Paiute and Washoe from Nevada, so I'm a kind of a desert girl, so this humidity is kind of tough on me. And my hair. But it's beautiful. It's very different from where I'm from. When people think of Nevada, they think of Las Vegas. I'm not from Las Vegas. I'm from Carson City, Nevada, so up north. It was about 7.5 hour drive from Las Vegas. So I live in beautiful country too. It's right at the foothills of Lake Tahoe, which is half in California, half in Nevada. So beautiful country as well, my favorite place in the world, Lake Tahoe. So I'm here today to talk to you about cultural tourism. It's one of my favorite topics, so we'll just jump right into it. I think it's a great opportunity for many of our tribes across the nation to participate in, and it can be green. So we are the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association. Many times people pick up Alaska or they look at the acronym and say, oh, you're from Atlanta. But no, the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association. So our mission is to define, introduce, grow, and sustain American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian tourism that honors traditions and values. So we work with all 574 tribes nationwide, those that want to, in tourism. Not every tribe wants tourism. And Native Hawaiians as well. And I've had people say to me, well, why Native Hawaiians? They already have tourism. Well, there is tourism in Hawaii, but it has been commercialized. The Native Hawaiians know that what has been offered to the public is not their culture. The coconut bikini tops and the grass skirts is not their culture. And so they're really trying to change that in Hawaii. And it's been difficult for them. And so we support them as well. I wanted to share kind of my personal story of why I'm so passionate about cultural tourism. And there are a few things. So in my bio, it was mentioned that I worked on the Stewart Indian School in Carson City, Nevada. So it was one of the Indian boarding schools that was instituted by our federal government across this nation in the late 1800s. And it's a beautiful campus. It's 110 acres still, and 65 buildings still intact on that campus. It was established in 1890, of course, to remove our children from their homes, from their tribes, and take them to this school to assimilate them, to take their Indianness away from them and, have them assimilate into white society, essentially. And so we did a lot of work there. I did a lot of work there as the executive director of the Nevada Indian Commission to preserve and rehabilitate some of those buildings. That too was an uphill climb because I had to show the value to our state legislators, to our governor, on the importance of preserving this place, preserving these stories for the thousands of Indian students that went to this school. And I even got some challenge from some of, the descendants of the students that went there and said, Sherry, why would you want to save this place? Why don't we just burn it down? And I think there's an argument for that. But also, I had the opportunity to interview one-on-one these individuals that actually went to the school, from people that worked at the school, that actually graduated from the Stewart Indian School and then went back to work there, and then met their spouse there. So, and a lot of the stories that I heard was, while I was at the school, I had no voice. Nobody listened to me. Nobody knew how I was feeling. Nobody cared what I had to say. So I felt like through cultural tourism, they had a voice. We could now tell their stories. We could help them to provide some sort of healing by telling their stories, by letting people know what happened at that place. And so we did that work. We did some very convincing work, and we were able to get the state legislature and the governor to appropriate $5.7 million to rehabilitate 2 of those buildings for a cultural center and a welcome center. And it opened on December, I believe it was 23rd of 2019. Yeah. And it's beautiful. You should all go and see it, because it's not just the story of the Stewart Indian School, but it's the story of boarding schools across this nation. And so it's very near and dear to my heart, and I'm always thinking of ways on, how we can support what they still continue to do at that school. So that's reason number 1. Reason number 2 is I had gone to Washington, D.C. when the National Museum of the American Indian opened. Not for the grand opening, but shortly afterward. And I was so proud standing in that building thinking, wow, we made it. We have a building, we have a museum on the National Mall for our people. And as I was standing there was a woman standing in front of me with her daughter. And her daughter is looking up at her mom, and they're looking at some of the artwork in there. And she says to her mom, "Mom, are there still Indians left?" And her mom said, "No, honey, they're all gone." And I was it was like a gut punch to me. So I didn't know whether to cry or to get mad, go and say something to them. But what it made me do, because I already had, my toe in the water with cultural tourism with the Stewart Indian School, was resolved to change that way of thinking, that we're gone, that we're historical, we're just in museums. We're not, as you know. That's why you're all here today. So that's why I got involved with IANTA and got on their board, and now I'm the CEO. I've been CEO for the last 4 years, and I'm really trying to raise the profile of our tribes and of cultural tourism and all the unique experience and destinations we have across this country. So IANTA, what we're doing is providing technical assistance and training to tribes. We provide leadership among the industry. That's a tough climb as well. Really trying to break into the tourism industry. Even though we've been here for thousands of years, we've been welcoming people to our shores and to our communities. We're really looked at as an afterthought in this industry, and that needs to change. And so I'm now on the board of directors for the U.S. Travel Association, really fighting to have a tribal seat on Brand USA, the marketing organization for this country, for the U.S. Travel and Tourism Advisory Board under the Department of Commerce. They have zero representation of tribes or tribal interests on these boards. So that needs to change. We were a huge advocate for the Native Act when it passed in 2016. We galvanized support from across the country from tribes and associations, tribal associations in support of that act, and we were able to get bipartisan support to get that passed. And since we've been able to successfully have appropriations come down for implementation of that act, although we need more of those funds as well. We're always building partnerships, and I heard some of that this morning as well. Partnerships are key, especially in the work that we do. You know, I heard some about moving people from national parks out into our tribal communities. That's some of the work that we do. I wanted to mention, because national parks are in the room, that we have agreements with some of the parks and the National Historic Trails. We're working now on the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail, I always forget the first part of it, the Anza Trail, and also working with BLM on the California Trail, and then we just signed an agreement with the Pacific Northwest Trail. So doing that work with the tribes along those trails, providing resources to them, getting them more involved in tourism, and helping them to promote the businesses that they currently have. And then again, always raising the profile of Indian country and the destinations that we have. We have a visitor outreach program, and that is really for businesses that are market ready and export ready and are ready to go on to the next step to the international market. So why is cultural tourism so important? It preserves our cultural identity. It's teaching respect for our traditions and values. I think that's so important. You know, when people come out to our communities, they need to know how to act, and they need to understand who we are. We're not those people in the old Westerns. We're not those people in books that were written about us by non-Native people. We are educating others about our culture, and that's so important that we're teaching it. It's Native-led, it's tribally led, it's coming from us, from our people, from our elders. We decide what's to be shared, being careful not to let others tell us what to share and how to share. And so I have an example of the New Mexico Pueblos. Even for me, because I live in Albuquerque now, in New Mexico, and when I first moved there, everyone's like, oh, you gotta come out to feast day, and you gotta come to this ceremony, and I was like, okay. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna take pictures when I go out there, it's gonna be cool. No, when you go there, they have big signs up, no cameras, no photos, and they are serious. Like if you take a camera in there, they have these big guys in like black outfits, they're super scary, and they walk around and they watch you to make sure you're behaving, and if you're not behaving, you can't go there drinking adult beverages either. They will kick you out, but most importantly, they will take your phone and they won't give it back. And unapologetically, they will take it from you because their culture is so important to them and their traditions and values are so important to them, they don't want it being captured or stolen on somebody's phone. And then it's also important for economic as well, or our economies as well. I'm going to share a slide here in a little bit about international travelers that are coming to Indian country. And those are really the cultural heritage travelers. We have to think about when we're planning for tourism, who do we want coming to our communities? Do we want, the 20-somethings coming to take their Instagram photo and defacing our slot canyons in Arizona so other generations can't experience that? Or do we want people coming that are interested in our culture, in our people, to learn about us, and to transform their perspective of who we are? So we have to think about what market we're looking at. And so the cultural heritage traveler are the ones that are willing to spend more, stay longer. They're willing to rent a car and travel, because I know that many of our tribal communities are kind of off the beaten path. We're not, right in the big cities, and we don't necessarily want to be, but these travelers will make that trip and come out and see us. So what is the economic impact of cultural tourism? And as you know, data is very hard to get from tribal communities. And so we were able to utilize US Census data. And I know that's not probably accurate either, but we did this study just a few years ago, first time, the economic impact of US indigenous tourism businesses. So it found that this is a $14 billion industry, and this was in 2017 data. 154,350 American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian-owned businesses in this country. And 1 out of 4 of those are in the hospitality sector, and providing nearly 118,000 jobs, and as I said, $14 billion in annual sales. And we never knew that before. And so that was really exciting. And then COVID hit. And so who wants to look at those numbers? And so we are coming back, and I'll share that with you in a second as well. And here's a little more of what we found in the economic impact study. And really, it showed that these businesses, these hospitality businesses, are small, and they're usually like mom and pop shops. Don't have a lot of employees employed with them, but it did show that there was significant growth in that sector. So here is the graph I was referring to, and this is information on overseas visitors to Indian country. And so in 2016 was the peak year for market share, and we had about 1.98 million, or 5.2%, of visitors coming to the U.S., coming out to our American Indian communities. And then in 2022, not on this graph, it just shows the huge decline with COVID. But in 2022, this last year, we were back up to over 1 million visitors for 4.2% of the market share. So I think one thing that COVID taught us was that we've changed the way that we think about travel. I don't know about you, but with me, when I go somewhere, I seek out the Native people in that place, even if it's another country. I try to look for the indigenous people from that place. I want to know more about the people that live there. And as you know, COVID really drove people from the cities out to the rurals and to our Native communities as well. Some challenges with that as well, but I think it really brought light to our tribal communities. we saw Navajo Nation in the news like every day. And so I think that really brought awareness to the Americans in this country that we're here, we're still here. And then I think that our markets also have changed, our overseas markets that were coming to our communities. So in 2022, our top markets, which do not include Mexico and Canada, and this is from the National Travel and Tourism Office, were France, the UK, Germany, the Republic of Korea. That's a new one for us, from the data that I've seen, and then Spain. So from 2021, so as we're emerging out of COVID, to 2022, France increased 1,087% visitation to Indian country. The UK, 679% increase visitation. And Germany, 827%, and Korea, 392%. So it was changing. Before is mainly Europe. Canada is one of our largest markets, but as I said, is not included in these statistics. So we really need to look at that. And these markets use a much longer planning time. So Native businesses need to get their message out earlier with these markets. They plan way ahead. And most of them use travel agencies to book their travel, which is kind of different than we do. Usually we just get online and, make our reservations. I mentioned the length of stay of these overseas visitors to Indian country. It has been more than 10 days for 3 of the last 5 years of those visitors coming to Indian country. And they also visit multiple states. So they're probably not going to stay an extended period of time in Indian country, but that provides us the opportunity to partner with communities, our nearby communities to do that. And one of the things that always interests me is doing itineraries where you're connecting tribal communities together, right? We were doing that in Nevada as well, creating itineraries. This is a big state, like I said, 7 hours from one end to the other, at least 7 across as well. And so creating itineraries that would connect destinations and attractions in the different tribal communities to keep people in Indian country and spending their money in Indian country. Let's see, education and training, just a few of the things that IANTA does. I'm just gonna see my time here. So I mentioned we do technical assistance and training, and we do this through webinars. We partner up with our federal partners and some of our industry partners and provide training online. We also do a town hall series, so 4 a year usually, and we talk about initiatives, trends that are coming up in the tourism industry. That's also online. And then we do the final one at our American Indian Tourism Conference. We have a scholarship program. We give out funding to 5 recipients a year to assist them as they go through university or college in the hospitality and tourism and related industries. And then we have a certificate program where we partner with a few academic institutions across the country and help you to get some professional development as you build your career in hospitality and tourism. And then I mentioned the American Indian Tourism Conference, and that is coming up very quickly, just in a few weeks. Our host this year is the Choctaw Nation, so we will be in Durant, Oklahoma, for that conference. And I'm hoping that you all come. I know some of you are, so. And this is a little bit on our visitor outreach program. So we, through trainings at AITC, through our webinars, and through Go International, which is here, we train tribes and small Native-owned businesses, tour companies on the international market, what they need to expect, what they need to prepare for, because every market is different. Germans, for example, if you sell tours 2 years in advance to Germans at a certain price, and you say there are going to be, XYZ dancers in 2 years at that time, that's what the Germans are going to think that they're getting 2 years from now. And if they're not there, they want their money back in 2 years. So it's very important to understand the market that you are working with. We also do travel trade shows. So once you are export ready, we will kind of shepherd you through these trade shows. We will set up appointments for you with tour operators, receptive tour operators from other countries. We train you before we get to the show, so that way everybody can make the most of their show while there. We go through your pitch that you're going to talk about to these tour operators, make sure that you have your pricing down, and then we go and we speed date with these tour operators at these travel trade shows. It's pretty fun. It's a lot of talking. But it's good. And so these were the trade shows that we went to last year. Brand USA Travel Week in Germany, Go West in Anchorage, Alaska, and then IPW in San Antonio, Texas. And we are building what we're calling Tribal Row at IPW. So these are a series of booths. Here's a picture of our booth at IPW, and we invite 6 to 8 tribal partners in our booth with us. We actually purchased 3 booths. We have them next to each other, same branding. We set up the appointments. You come in and do your appointments. It's like 120 appointments over 3 days. Yeah, they're like 15 minutes each. And then we have other tribes that they want their own booth. They want to set their own appointments. So then they set up next to us. And so we're creating this big tribal row. I believe we had 13 tribes this last time. So we're growing. And then I wanted to quickly mention NativeAmerica.travel. If you haven't been there yet, it's free marketing for tribes, for tribal businesses, small Native-owned businesses in the tourism and hospitality industry. We also have itineraries on there. And we're getting to the point now where we're trying to have a widget on there where people can actually purchase tours from that website. So again, a place for all tribes on this particular website. The content that you provide and have approved from your councils or whomever, whatever your internal process is, that's what we put on this website. We don't do it. We can help you create it if you want us to. We now have writers and photographers on staff that can assist with that. Also at IPW, we're meeting with media, and so we had 25 media appointments this last time. We had 30+ story leads. 3 of the media are coming to AITC this year, and we had 1 successful event. We also partner up with Brand USA, and we do familiarization tours. And so that's an opportunity for tour operators from other countries to come here to the U.S., and then we create these itineraries in different parts of different regions of the country, and we partner with tribes or tribally owned businesses, and we create this itinerary that these tour operators, media can come over and participate in, and then with the intent of writing stories about those destinations and those businesses. So this is just a little slide on how Native companies are transforming the tours stereotype. And so Nez Perce Tourism is out of Idaho. And so what Stacia says is that visitors don't want to go to a national park and meet someone in a hat sharing the story of you. They want to meet you. They want to hear your songs and hear the drum beat. So just as we felt this morning when the drums were playing, just that connection to the people, to the land, and to the place that you're at. Pueblo of Acoma, the Pueblo has placed an extreme importance on visitors practicing proper etiquette and respect when visiting tribal land. And so that's what I was talking about earlier with the scary guys taking your phones. Sitka Tribal Tours in Sitka, Alaska. All guides employed by Sitka Tribal Tours are residents of the community and participate in annual team training led by Tlingit elders and local historians. So that's another thing to think about is what are you going to share when people come to your communities? And is it something that your elders are good with sharing? And that's something they found out really quickly because they started this and they didn't check with the elders. Then the elders found out about it and then they got in trouble. So they had to rethink their whole training program for their guides. So do it up front. And let's see, Chickasaw has Be Native Tours, and the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation says anybody can create a tour operation and be successful as long as they stay true to what they're doing. And I think that's so true because people see things, you know, in movies and things like that, and they might come to your community and say, where are your teepees? Why don't you have teepees? You know, and it's like, we don't have teepees. We don't in Nevada either, but we get that all of the time. And then one time I was at the Indian Commission and these people came in, I can't remember what country they were from. They're like, we want to see Indians. And I was like, okay. And I'm like, I'm Indian. And they're like, yeah, but you're eating McDonald's. And I'm like, okay, I don't. So my last message I want to get to you today is that our time is now. You see so much right now where, you know, there's support for our tribal nations, there's support for language revitalization, there's support for, you know, transportation, broadband, and then you always hear about this diversity, equity, and inclusion. I just think that right now we have the opportunity to take advantage of all of this and to really create something that we can all be proud of, where we're sharing our stories, we're sharing our culture from our perspective. So I want to invite all of you to our tourism conference coming up. I know it's just a few weeks away, but there's still time to get your tickets and get over to our conference. It's a great opportunity to meet with other tribal leaders and businesses that are already doing tourism. Some are just thinking about it. But we bring in experts, we bring in your peers to talk about the projects that they've worked on, what their challenges have been, and how they've been able to move forward. So I just want to thank you again for all of your time today and allowing me to be here. Thank you very much. I can take some questions if there's any questions. Okay, none? So she's asking on the Lewis and Clark Trail, are we starting at any certain point, or we're actually trying to do the whole trail. So. Oh, okay. She's telling me where to go. So we started on the West Coast, and so we've come over as far as the Dakotas. Okay, she's telling me what to do again. Yeah, so we're gonna finish that up. We're working with the trail to get some more funding for us to be able to finish that up. But yeah, it's a big project, big project. I'm gonna go here and then I'll go back there.
Sherry, I just want to say I'm very impressed by your presentation, and I'm really grateful that you're here. There are 10 National Park Service superintendents approximately here, and your idea of indigenous people telling their stories at national parks or in partnership with national parks, I think is a really powerful framing and powerful opportunity and idea. What advice do you have for our National Park Service friends that are here, as well as our tribal leaders and friends, about how they could potentially partner to raise the profile of the indigenous communities and generate the resources for the tribal communities they need and want to accomplish their goals?
Work with IANTA. So and you're probably familiar with the Grand Canyon and the work that they're doing there. We were in on the ground floor for that work at the Grand Canyon on the South Rim at the Desert Watchtower area. And so there are 11 tribes that call the Grand Canyon home, that are connected to that place. And so we hear all the time, travelers, domestic, international, coming to these parks, and learning one perspective. But with this particular project, we were able to get what was it, an Arts Place grant initially. I don't think they have Arts Place anymore, but we got that big grant to push this project along. And then I know that they've been working with their friends group, but they instituted a tribal advisory committee. And they had representation from all of the tribes there, and they worked. Well, the park, I don't know if they bought out the concessionaires, but anyway, that particular area now is tribal, and so there are tribal artists that are there. They're telling their stories. They cleaned out the Desert Watchtower. There were all kinds of made in China stuff in there, and it was covering up all the beautiful artwork that was on the interior of that watchtower area. And now you can see that beautiful artwork. There are Native people in there selling their authentic Native art, doing demonstrations. I think they were actually looking for a Native concessionaire, but you have to be a big production to do something like that in a national park. I know that they were also looking at the next phase. We went to a meeting there last year, and they were looking at another area closer to the rim, and giving them, I think, 4 or 5 buildings that they could. And they were actually, the park was going to go out and look for the funding to rehabilitate those buildings, and then have the tribal people utilize those buildings, because it's been such a draw for them. And I know that there's over-tourism, and they were also looking at how do we drive people out from the park, out to the tribal communities that are out there, to learn more about them and to see their lands. So there is work being done in that space. And we're also, I didn't mention, we're also working with Mount Rainier National Park, and doing work there with their 6 tribes that call Mount Rainier their home. And so really connecting those tribes with the park staff. When we first started out, it was like, oh yeah, we have a great relationship with our tribes. Okay, great. And so we go up there, and they met once a year in a meeting, and essentially we're given updates. I don't know if that's a great relationship. So what we did was initially we brought them together. We actually brought the superintendent and his senior staff out to each of the tribal communities. And those tribal communities had an opportunity to share their culture, their food. One of the tribes, the Nisqually tribe, took us into their longhouse, and they set up little stations in there. And so they did like a bingo, but Nisqually style, with little, and they did it in the language. And so they matched up the salmon with the salmon on the card type of thing. And then they had them weaving. So weaving little, I don't know what it was. And so they were learning the culture. And then we did that in every community. Every community got to decide what they were going to share. And when we came to the end of that, the park staff was, wow, like, we never knew, like, this is our first time coming out to the tribal lands, but they had a really great relationship. And then they were transformed in the way, their perspective of the tribes and how to work with the tribes. What was available that they could, as staff, send other people to. Like, I didn't know this was out here, but now I do, so now I'm going to send them to you. So that's the type of work we're doing up there, and we're actually creating a curriculum based upon those experiences. So we'll be able to teach other parks about that as well, our findings from our work up there. So, any other questions? Yes?
Not so much a question, something in one of your PowerPoint slides triggered a thought for me that I want to just raise within the group. It was your slide about tribal nations sharing their business data. That is absolutely correct. That tribes take different positions on what they want to share for a multitude of reasons. One of which includes members of Congress review economic development success as a replacement for fulfillment of trust and treaty obligations, and they use it in a negative sort of way. But the reason why I wanted to use that slide as context for my comment is, in the previous conversation, there was a discussion about GIS mapping. And I just wanted to point that out that I understand good intentions, but sometimes good intentions can have unintended consequences. So while there's a part of GIS mapping that's important for reasons that it's important, there are other reasons why GIS mapping is problematic. So I hope that whether it's in business data space, whether it's in GIS mapping space, whatever, when you mention 574 and when others have mentioned 574, the state sovereigns all take a different, unique perspective and position on that. The feds that are in the room, although you may be thinking something makes sense and is a good thing, to just encourage, reinforce once again that that's an individual tribal nation decision to be making, and that you should be, yes, as burdensome as it is, consulting every single one of them, we would argue getting their consent for anything that's being done on their behalf, even though it may seem like on paper a good thing, it can have all kinds of consequences. So that wasn't really for you. I was taking advantage of one of the slides that you had on today.
Thank you. Yes, I agree, and I appreciate that. But it does make it difficult, and so that's why we are using U.S. Census data to help us to make the case and show Congress and others that, we do make an impact to this country, that we are the value proposition because we are the first peoples of this nation. And when people come here to travel and to visit, they need to come and see the first people. So thank you for your comments.
About a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, all 7 of the regional directors from around the National Park Service who manage the 425 units of the National Park Service went to the Grand Canyon and went to share best practices between parts and understand the possibilities and the opportunities, and totally want to validate the comment, like, they don't necessarily want to see the information from a ranger. They love our rangers, they love what we symbolize, but they really want to hear from tribal citizens, and they want to hear the story told first person in whatever way that looks like. I would suspect that it can feel overwhelming to feel like you have to stand up some very large tourism opportunity to make an impact. And what I would say to any tribal citizen here, or any member of the government, or folks that have tribal engagement and responsibilities, even small events or demonstrations, we have an amazing amount of authority to be able to allow folks who want to come and demonstrate their art, share poetry, share writing, share any ecological knowledge, anything that's of significance to tribal citizens, anything you're willing to share. We have authorities and ways to allow that to take place on park property, and for you to tell stories and to engage in sales or anything else that can be directed between the public and the artist. And so if there's interest, please reach out to the National Park Service as a whole, or any parks that may be in your neighborhood. We have ways to even take small snippets of the opportunities and your stories and share them broadly by facilitating spaces and times for you to do that. So it's a way to get the toe in the door. If you can't do a whole desert tower and an entire business opportunity, you can do it even in small ways with tribes. So, and we would greatly embrace it. I know our visitors would love that. So, and we would as well.
And I would say to that you know, that's great, and I know that every tribe is different, but I do think that forever our stories, people have wanted us to do that, you know, for free. And I think that if we invite our tribal people in, that they need to be compensated for their time to come out there and participate. Okay, I think I've taken up my time. Thank you all.
We have a slight shift in our agenda, as Wisconsin Little Elk Garrett could not attend due to a family emergency, so we've done a little on-the-fly reorchestration of the afternoon post-refreshment break. And I'm going to introduce Michael Spears, who's standing immediately to my left, and he's going to talk to us today about a report. Chief Ann mentioned this earlier, a report that was co-commissioned by the Wilderness Society and the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers that is, in some cases, will come as no surprise to many of the attendees in this room, but also has great implications for how we move forward on land and water conservation funding. So let me give his bio very quickly. Sorry, Michael, I should have had that pulled up. All right, here we are. Michael Spears is a senior researcher and GIS analyst at Anthropological Research, LLC, a Tucson-based research firm that specializes in community-based ethnographic, archaeological, and geospatial research. Much of his current research focuses on collaborating with tribal communities to document Native American history and connections to place through place-based ethnographic and oral history research. Mr. Spears also conducts research on how U.S. environmental policies relate to and affect tribes, and has supported numerous tribes in creating federally recognized tribal historic preservation offices, known as THPOs. Mr. Spears holds an MA in anthropology from the University of Arizona. He also is a research specialist at the School of Anthropology at the University of Arizona. So what's going to happen is he's going to give a presentation, and then we're going to invite a number of folks and tribal members and citizens to come up here in leadership to talk about their experiences with acquiring land. and then we'll open it up for questions about the report. So we're very excited. Michael, please.
Hey, thanks everyone for sticking around. 4 p.m. It's a marathon, right? So just to keep everyone engaged, I'm here to talk to you today about access, or perhaps more appropriate, the lack of access that tribes have had to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which provides $900 million annually in federal funding for conservation efforts, including land acquisition and development, i.e. green economic development. But first, since again, it's late, and I think we're all tired, or actually I saw a lot of energy in this room, but I think we're tired anyways. I'm gonna pose 2 questions to the audience, and I hope you can respond by nodding yes or shaking your head no. So first question, would you be surprised that tribes have grants awarded to them from one program funded by the Land and Water Conservation Fund at 1/10 the rate we'd expect based on their land base and population? Me neither. Okay, second question. Would you be surprised that when tribes receive grants from this same grant program, they receive half the money of other grantees? Me either. Again, what a surprise. But why is that? It seems like we're conditioned to believe that inequities simply do and will exist. Today, however, I want to pull the lid off this funding source with you and examine why tribes are woefully underrepresented and tell you a bit about how tribes said they could see this problem being fixed. So before I get into our findings from this report, I should tell you a little bit about the Land and Water Conservation Fund, because it provides heaps of money for conservation efforts, but few people are aware of the fund, and even fewer people understand it. I didn't understand anything about it a year ago. So the Land and Water Conservation Fund is a funding source created by Congress in 1964 to assist in preserving, developing, and assuring accessibility to quality and quantity of outdoor recreation resources. But what does that actually mean in practice? What it means is the Land and Water Conservation Fund provides funding for 10 federal grant programs that are administered by the National Park Service, U.S. Forest Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Much of the Land and Water Conservation Fund supports land acquisition by federal agencies. In fact, just 20 minutes down the road, the National Park Service has received over $9 million to acquire lands to expand Richmond National Battlefield Park. And it's also been involved in a number of conservation easements. And I know one of the speakers spoke about conservation easements earlier today, but in conservation easements that have allowed tribes to purchase lands with some stipulations involved in them. The Land and Water Conservation Fund also provides funding for grant programs that support the recovery of endangered species, conserving America's forests, and acquiring and restoring important battlefields. Finally, the fund supports the acquisition and development of lands for outdoor recreation by state, local, territory, and tribal governments through the State Assistance Program. Through 2019, a total of $18.9 billion with a B dollars has been appropriated to the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Just for reference, that would buy you just under 40,000 average priced U.S. homes in 2023. It feels like it should be more, but I'm not going to get into housing prices right now. But back to the fund. In 2019, this funding source received permanent reauthorization from Congress, and a year later, it received full and permanent funding. So expect these $900 million to be appropriated each and every year. Given that this funding is consistently coming into communities throughout the country, shouldn't we be examining the funding's equity, particularly in relation to tribes, the original stewards of America's lands and waters? So let's look at that together. For starters, federally recognized tribes are only able to be direct recipients of 3 of the 10 grant programs supported by the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Of these 3 programs, only one, the State Assistance Program, has broad applicability to tribes. This program will be the focus of the rest of my presentation. So this is where it gets a little complicated. I'm going to try and keep this simple, though. But for additional context moving forward, the State Assistance Program is a grant program that funnels federal funds through states to provide state, territory, local, and tribal governments support in the acquisition, development, and planning of outdoor recreation lands. This can include funding for things like parks, playgrounds, ball fields, and beaches, but it also can provide funding for places like forests, community sites, powwow grounds, wildlife management areas, and gathering locations. So I want you to think about, when I say recreation moving forward, think of it broadly and as an encompassing term. For fiscal year 2023, nearly $300 million was appropriated to states through this program. Each state is allocated funding based in part on population and in part by need. For example, Virginia is set to receive over $6.5 million in fiscal year 2023 funding to distribute through their grant program. States select applicants for their state grant programs using a set of criteria and standards developed based on their statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. And so this is something that is designed and created by the state that sets the parameters for each individual state program. Applicants are asked to provide a one-to-one match of federal funds, and lands that are developed or acquired with support of the program must remain as publicly accessible outdoor recreation lands in perpetuity. All right, so we're finally back to those pesky questions at the beginning of this presentation. To understand past access by tribes to the State Assistance Program, our research looked at a data set of over 44,000 awarded grants that comprised $4.4 billion in federal funding awarded between 1965 and 2019. What we found was that only 90 grants were awarded to tribes in this period. Again, 90, accounting for only 0.2% of the total grant awards. Those awards totaled slightly over $4.5 million, which accounts for only 0.1% of the total grant funding. This low percentage of grants awarded and grant monies received is far out of line with the slightly over 2.3% of lands held by tribes within the United States and the roughly 2% of the U.S. population living in tribal areas. Unfortunately, the data shows that tribes' access to the State Assistance Program has failed to increase through time, even as tribal governments have developed greater capacity in tribal programs. Furthermore, the grants that have been awarded are not well distributed geographically, with some states that are home to many tribes failing to award any grants to tribes during that period. In fact, 41 of the 90 grants provided to tribes through the program were awarded in New Mexico, and the last grant awarded to a tribe in that state was in 1991. So, don't know what that says, but shocking. So, to understand this discrepancy in representation, we interviewed 20 employees from 17 different tribes to understand tribes' interest in conservation, barriers to accessing this and other grant programs, and recommendations they had for improving tribal access to the Land and Water Conservation Fund. These interviews showed that while there is an underrepresentation of tribes and grants through the State Assistance Program, tribes have significant interest in obtaining funding for conservation efforts. I think everyone in this room knows that. Interviewees said their tribes could use conservation funds to preserve and restore their cultural landscapes, support traditional cultural practices, develop educational opportunities within their traditional lands, restore species habitat, support food sovereignty, increase access to recreational opportunities, and interpret places of cultural importance. I sure hear a lot of good ideas for green economic development within those examples. However, tribal employees point to a set of interwoven barriers and concerns regarding the state assistance program that have limited their participation in the past and make them wary of participating in the future. First and foremost, tribal employees stress that being required to access the funds allocated to the state assistance program through state governments is an infringement of their tribal sovereignty and the government-to-government relationship they have with the federal government. As Susan Young of the Houghton Band of Maliseet Indians said, the federal government talks about wanting to work with tribes, but by imposing the requirement to work through states, they're really undermining tribal sovereignty by telling the tribal governments that you're not on the same level, that you don't have the ability to go after these funds directly. Tribes are also concerned by mandates for lands developed or acquired with state assistance program monies to be open for public access for outdoor recreation activities in perpetuity. Tribes felt that public access may adversely affect traditional cultural practices and make it difficult to protect places of cultural importance. As described by Libby Halpin Nelson of the Tulalip Tribes of Washington, the public access requirement makes this source of funding unappealing for tribes when the purpose of proposed land acquisition is for creating healthy and ecologically restored landscapes to support tribal treaty rights and exercise cultural activities that may require privacy. Land and Water Conservation Fund monies and grant requirements can be at cross purposes with tribal needs and inconsistent with tribal treaty rights. Additionally, tribes and states often have differing perspectives and priorities on how to use conservation funding. This can prove to be a barrier for tribes in accessing conservation funding when the state sets the goals and objectives for conservation, such as with the state assistance program. Beyond these structural issues, our interviewees described that tribes do not have the adequate capacity to identify, apply for, and manage grants, as Shasta Goggin of the Pomo Band of Mission Indians told us. Tribes may see there's opportunities for funding, but they don't have somebody on their staff who can follow through with that notice of funding opportunity, assess it, find a project that fits it, write the grant proposal, get the support letters. So it's just an incredibly onerous thing to apply for a grant, and sometimes the money available is not enough to justify the level of effort that a tribe would have to go through, especially with no guarantee of success. Finally, tribes often do not have the resources to support non-federal matching funds for grant programs. Matt Reed explained this barrier from his perspective working for the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. We basically rely on grants. So when we look at these grants as an income flow, for us, if it's a matching grant, those kind of get pushed to the side, and the search continues for ones that aren't matching funds. We constantly are just coming across funds, grants, that are matching, and we can't even look at that. It's clear that these interwoven barriers have significantly hampered the participation of tribes in the state assistance program and may continue to do so. However, the employees of tribes that we spoke to felt that greater equity within the Land and Water Conservation Fund could be created by the federal government developing a standalone grant program that allows tribes and tribal consortiums to apply for conservation funding directly through the federal government. The employees emphasized that the program should allow for tribes and tribal consortiums to acquire or develop lands for conservation purposes, be funded at a level in proportion to the state assistance program, eliminate the matching fund requirement, and be considerate of tribal capacity to apply for and manage grants. Finally, it should be inclusive of tribal perspectives, values, and priorities regarding conservation, recreation, and public access. The value of this approach was expressed by Susan Young of the Houghton Band of Maliseet Indians, who stated, elevating the tribes to the point where they can apply on their own behalf would be truly a government-to-government type relationship. These are federal funds. We should be able to apply directly and not as a subset of a state or municipal application. This type of program is not without precedent. In 2014, Congress created the Outdoor Legacy Partnership Program as a subset of the State Assistance Program that supports conservation in economically disadvantaged urban communities. It seems fitting that tribes, with their unique status and relationship to the federal government, would be provided a similar opportunity within the Land and Water Conservation Fund. If done equitably and with due consideration, this new grant program could greatly support the conservation goals of tribes, the original stewards of America's lands and waters. As expressed by Ivan Sinok of the Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, I think as the Land and Water Conservation Fund expands and figures out how to engage with tribes, it'll be very important. It could certainly be a powerful force for good. It'll benefit tribal communities, it'll benefit larger communities, it'll benefit the states, and ultimately the goals and objectives of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. There's a lot of tribes who would be interested in using these funds to not only protect sites of cultural importance, but to actually take care of and tend the wild. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to invite a number of folks to the stage. I'd like to invite, had a list. First Assistant Chief Wayne Atkins of Chickahominy. Is he still here? Please come.
Mickey Bass,
Vice Chair of the Nansemond Indian Nation Council, Tribal Council. And in a second appearance today, I'd like to invite Kaylee Pollock from the Monacan Indian Nation, a citizen and a Sergeant of the U.S. Army. Welcome. So what we wanted to do here is give, I'm sorry, Wayne. Is that good? Okay, all right. Okay. I did jam you in there very, very close to each other. We'd like to have folks introduce themselves, and we thought it would be helpful for each of you to share your tribe's perspective on the land that you have recently acquired, and talk about barriers in that process. And then what we thought we would do is open it up for questions to Michael for any of his discussions, his findings from the report, as well as the audience. So this is an opportunity for us all to share. And we have a mic.
Wangapo, hello everyone. My name is Wayne Atkins. I'm First Assistant Chief of the Chickahominy Tribe, as you heard. Also serve as a finance officer for the administrative part of our tribe. We have had a long history of trying to acquire land, even as early as the 1900s, when we looked to establish a church and also to build a tribal center. And typically, in those days, the men would be assessed a tax. People would come together, pool their money, and buy land that way. So we've had that experience of buying land directly from tribal contributions. Eventually, we went to the point of every tribal citizen was asked to basically support a project. So whenever we decided we would do a project, everyone was on board, and then everyone would be asked to contribute as best they could. So we had a pledge system. Again, we would pool our money, and that's how we ended up buying some of the land that our tribal center is on now, as well as building the building itself. More recently, we've had experience with land primarily through the state. And that is very much a part of Chief Atkins, Stephen Atkins' relationship with members at the state level in state government. And as he always says, he's old and he's bold and he doesn't mind asking. So, and he doesn't, and he's done quite a bit for the Chickahominy tribe to acquire land. So we have acquired 2 pieces of land, one in 2020, I believe it was, as part of a settlement that the state had. They had a piece of property that they wanted to purchase, which happened to be close to our tribal center, and they approached Chief Steve Atkins to see if we were interested in taking ownership of the land. Of course we were. Who would say no to that? But along with that did come an easement, so it does limit what we can do. And so that's part of our situation, is to be able to have land, and we don't object necessarily to the easements, but we do want to be able to do something meaningful on the land, which may mean some kind of production, something to help with our economic development activities. The more significant piece that we received from the state was in 2021, I believe it was, at the end of 2021. We received land on the Chickahominy River. So those of you who know Virginia history know that in 1648 there was a treaty that was created that moved Indians from their land to the area around Pamunkey Neck, as it's called now. And so from that period, we were removed from the Chickahominy River, and we never had a presence on the river again until 2021, when we received that piece of land. So we now have our presence back on the river. The other meaningful thing about that, it is the site of one of our original villages. It was documented on John Smith's 1612 map, so it's really very significant in that respect. And what we like to talk about is it wasn't land that was given, it was land that was repatriated, land that had been taken and was now being returned. And so I'd like to hear tribes using that term when you talk about land, particularly if it was land that originally you lived on or your ancestors lived on. So we have a third piece of property we hope to take ownership of soon with the help of the Virginia Outdoor Foundation, Outdoor Fund. It's like a 200-acre site. It's mostly swamp, but we're looking at some things that we can do with it, particularly recreational type activities. So that would be a third piece of property that had been gifted to us by the state. So we've had all kinds of different activities to try to obtain land, and in any way we can do that. So we're very appreciative of what we have, particularly the piece on the Chickahominy River.
My name is Kaylee Pollock. I'm a tribal citizen of the Monacan Indian Nation. My involvement, I'm one of the members of the Land Development Committee for the tribe. We, over time, it's very similar to, I'm going to assume, to a lot of the tribes in Virginia. After state recognition, there was an effort to reacquire our lands. As far as Monacan goes, I believe, of course, this was back when I was much younger, so I don't have all the details, but my understanding is, they applied for a loan. A bunch of people in the community got together, put up some money to purchase parcels of property in Amherst, I believe to include Bear Mountain. The parcels that house our museum or old schoolhouse, the church that was built within the Amherst community to Christianize the Monacan community in the area. Those were repatriated back to us at a later time. I want to say in the 2000s. Maybe it was probably in the 90s actually. 96. Okay, thank you. Again, a little before my time. So those were in a sense given back to the tribe. We didn't have to purchase those. More recently, after federal recognition, I'm going to say acquired, but as Wayne says, we repatriated a number of parcels in our community area within Amherst County, one being where our tribal office is in Madison Heights. That was a large group of parcels that we had purchased to now house our tribal offices, our food bank, the future Elder Center, and also the new IHS clinic that is being developed. Another parcel that we were able to reacquire was the what we call the Laurel Cliff property in Madison Heights, Monroe area. It's roughly just under 1,300 acres. We are still trying to figure out what and where we would like to see development on that property. And by development, it doesn't mean large, buildings and structures. We're thinking, culturally significant, as Michael had mentioned, recreational activities and facilities to accommodate not only our community, but the whole community within Amherst. Housing is a very big issue in our area, affordable housing. So those are our focuses at the moment that will hopefully eventually benefit not only us as Monacan people, but the community as well that we share the space with.
Wingapo, my name is Nikki Bass, and I'm here with you from the Nansemond Indian Nation. Our people are indigenous to the Nansemond River, and we started with several settlements on both banks of the river. And unfortunately, as many of us have shared the experience of being displaced from our ancestral land and waters, following our displacement, we were still close by in Chesapeake at a site where you can still see the Indiana United Methodist Church. And the story of our experience with land is that we've gone from a state of land scarcity and having to do everything on one small site where we had our church and our school to pursuing more land to preserve our culture and our community. The first big acquisition we had was the return of land at Matnock Town on the Nansemond River in 2013, which is about 75 acres of land. But I want to highlight that when we received it after decades and decades of use as the Lone Star Cement Corporation. And it's important to talk about this because when we reacquire our ancestral lands, we're generally not getting them in perfect condition. The tribes are accepting the responsibility of restoring our lands to ecological balance, and we are willing to accept that responsibility because we owe that to our ancestors, we owe that to all of our relatives in the environment. And at the time that we received that return of land, we were asked to develop a plan for how we would use the site with the surrounding community, which was a big challenge because we proposed sort of a tourist attraction, and it was really a lot for a small tribe like ours to pull together funding for something like that, where the primary mission was not based on the tribe, but sort of a large-scale vision for the whole community. And it's really important for us to be able to lead with our own vision for our communities for any land we acquire. More recently, we've acquired 500 acres of forested wetland known as Cross Swamp in Suffolk. And this has been really, really exciting for us. We acquired it in a partnership with Ducks Unlimited, and we've had the ability to develop our own vision for that site without any requirement to use it for a specific purpose. Our feelings about the Nansemond River, we've really focused on water quality, restoring the shoreline, restoring the native plant species on that site. But we also recognize the importance of wetlands and swamps in preserving water quality. Swamplands filter water, and they're more efficient and effective at that than any technology we've developed so far. So we're really excited to share that story and develop a vision for it. And we're looking at other sites for other types of programs and services. As I mentioned, we went from that little tiny Indiana church and school site, which is less than 5 acres. It's really just about 2 acres, to pursuing more land, more acreage, and having a broader vision where you don't have to use one site for everything. I think a lot about accessibility, so the spaces we may want to use for ceremony and traditional practices, you may not care about getting to that in 5 or 10 minutes, but if you're delivering programs and you're delivering services, you want your citizens to be able to get there quickly on a work day when they have family obligations, and to be able to have a high amount of activity in a space like that. So we've also acquired a site known as the Village Church, which is on Bridge Road in Suffolk, and it's right in the middle of a lot of community resources. So it's close to a library, it's close to shopping centers, it's close to residential communities, and we're just getting started with that, but we're thinking a lot about how we can activate all of our sites and have kind of a high-level comprehensive vision for using our lands and our resources to engage our citizens, educate our community, and bring our visions to life. So thank you.
Perfect. So I think it'd be great just to have the panel discussion talk a little bit about what would it mean to you. Michael laid out some potential recommendations, and so what would it mean to each of your tribes to be able to access land and water conservation funding? You've all had very different experiences in terms of how those acquisition and return of the land has actually come to your tribe. So I think just your ideas in terms of what that would look like for you and your tribe.
I particularly like the recommendation of not having to go through the state to receive funding, but to receive directly from the federal government. And I don't mean that as a knock on their state employees at all, but as was mentioned earlier, even in a presentation this morning talking about the Environmental Protection Agency and the concept of treatment as a state, and that's kind of one of the terms you hear us say quite a bit, that we should be on the same par as the state as far as our relationship with the federal government, just because of the treaties and the other agreements that we have with the federal government. And so it's a little bit demeaning to have to go through another organization to receive that funding. So that definitely, to me, is a move in the right direction if we could get that money set directly for tribes to access, and particularly if the application process is not very difficult, because again, we feel as sovereigns we know what's best for our people and how to use the resources that we have, and so we would like to not be encumbered too much with an application process. But at the same time, I think we all are in agreement that we don't intend to deplete the land or use it in any negative way, but we do want to have the freedom to use it as best we see fit. So I mentioned earlier that we have several properties that we've acquired, and we have a working group within the tribe that's looking at all of these different properties and how best to use them, and hopefully to use each property for more than one purpose. So again, we think we know best how we should be using our resources.
I'd have to agree with what Wayne had mentioned of being treated as a state. We are a sovereign nation, so we should have that relationship with the federal government, and you're absolutely right. Something that really stuck out to me during Michael's presentation was, the comment about grant matching or matching funds, and the effort that goes into researching a grant, developing a plan and a budget, and it not being, one, an amount significant enough to really do anything with, and two, there's no guarantee that you're going to get it. But not only that, being recently recognized and not having the same treatment or we don't have casino revenue. Let me just say it that way. We don't have revenue to match the grants that really would impact us in a beneficial way. So if you don't have the funds to match, then what's the point of moving forward with it? So I think that's been a really, in my grant researching and developing, that's really been a hindrance for our tribe at least to apply for certain grants.
Yeah, I have to agree with both of those points, and I actually have a question for you, Michael, because when you did your presentation, I saw that you said that as the funds flow through the state sets the evaluation criteria for grant recipients. And so I wondered if you've looked at any of those evaluation criteria or seen any potential bias against tribes, because if they're setting goals or types of outdoor recreation they may prefer, it may not be aligned with the type of cultural activities that we may envision for outdoor recreation. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you've seen any.
So I have looked at some of these state outdoor recreation plans, and then they develop what's called open selection process. I'm missing one of the words in there, but close enough, where they create a score based on their outdoor recreation plans. And I would say that it varies really widely state to state. So in the state of California, for example, they give an example of recreational lands being expanding a scenic viewshed. So it doesn't have to be, say, something that the public is accessing all the time. So in the way that the state of California was wording their plan, I saw room for tribes to work with them. But in other states, those plans are really constrictive with what they view as recreation, what they view as public access. And part of that is coming from the federal government, but certainly a lot of that has to do state by state. And the other thing that these recreation plans set are the goals for recreation within the state for the next 5 or 7 years. And so I'm not sure that necessarily the recreation goals of a given state are going to align with the recreation and conservation goals of the tribes within that state. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and it's a sign of something that we can try to work on, because if we can integrate some of our perspective into that up front, it may help our competitiveness for future applications for those types of grants.
Yeah, and I should add that the Biden administration just last month announced that they are going to be issuing a new manual for the state assistance program that's going to direct states to involve tribes in the creation of these statewide outdoor recreation plans. And I think that's an important step in the right direction. I'll also say that the Biden administration set in their 2024 budget a standalone program through the Bureau of Indian Affairs with $12 million within their fiscal year 2024 budget. Now, Congress has technically kind of the final say in appropriating these funds, so whether it makes it through all these appropriation acts, I don't know, but it's possible that next year there will be a $12 million set aside through the BIA specifically for tribes applying for land and water conservation funds or funding directly through the federal government, which will be a first.
Are there any other questions for the panelists of Michael, or should we open it up? Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for offering their perspectives, and we're going to open it up to questions that any of you might have about the report now. Oh, there's something. Oh, yes. Is she making sure you don't fall off the stage? Okay. Thank you for taking care. Yep, Kiki?
Yeah, just maybe a concluding comment as things are wrapping up. There's been a couple of things said today that are behind these things. I think you have all remember the Holy Angels Conference we did Parents Sovereign Rights. And one of the challenges we have in this case, whether it's in the grant case that all of the tribal nations are quickly learning about what that means, but also in this case of land acquisition, and then the new data decisions that tribal nations make about those lands. There never been a perfect sovereign in the history of humanity. The strongest sovereigns are those that have stumbled and fallen and made mistakes and learned from them. The United States is in that category, right? And we are still, as a country, learning from those mistakes that we have made. And hopefully learning and evolving to achieve those principles that were set forth so long ago. The challenge, though, is, and I hear this all the time, is because of that standard set by this is really a comment to the federal friends and partners in the room. Don't hold tribal nations to a different standard. You have to let them and give them space to fail, because that's their sovereign right to fail, but then to learn from that failure and grow. But we see this in the grand states that tell us what your model is, logic model it, prove it to us, and then we'll consider investing in you again. But if you don't, we're going to make this spread over that, but you're not going to get some money. That's not how this is supposed to be. First of all, grants are inappropriate. That's not adequate for diplomatic fulfillment of trust. So let's just start there. But in terms of lands, there's always this need to make others feel safe that we're not going to use something that maybe you're uncomfortable with our lands. Where the truth of the matter is, it's our right. It's our choice. It's not yours. And we may try something on that land that makes you uncomfortable, but it's our right. Just like the state has the right to try it, just like the United States has the right to try it. And if you don't come from that perspective, you're going to treat us as something other than sovereign. So I just want to make sure that all these conversations always tie back to sovereignty and what that means. And our definition means that absolutely space for trial by error and learning from those experiences so we can grow. And that's particularly important and relevant to the tribal nations in this region, which just got their federal recognition. Absolutely, they are learning about some of these things, and they are deserving of that space to figure it out without unrealistic expectations based upon. But I will tell you from our advocacy perspective, what we see organizationally is that the tribal nations in this region are ahead of the curve in terms of where we expect them to be, because they are sponges trying to get as much of this community as possible and are taking courageous steps to try things out. But it's important that our federal partners, state partners, county partners understand who they are working with at the deepest level.
Chief-Ann, you're going to come up?
Does this work? This one? Okay. Thank you, Kiki. It's such an honor to have you with us every year because we need that perspective every year. And that education needs to go out every year in everything that we do as tribes. I want to thank this panel. Michael did a beautiful job on this research. And just so I let you know, Kitki will be calling on you for some work. Because I know you don't have much to do, right? But the National Park Service and the Wilderness Society paid for Michael to do this work. And I want to thank them for that because this is very important work that has been done. This report will go as white paper to Congress for a Native American, the establishment of a Native American Water and Land Conservation Fund. I want to thank the tribal leaders that were on this panel this evening because we will take excerpts from your panel this afternoon and create a video that we can give to Congressman Whitman and Senator Kaine when they introduce the bill in Congress. They will be able to hear about the barriers that you have faced in getting your land back. And Senator Kane met with me and he said, so who's writing this legislation? And I said, oh, I don't know. So Kitke. Your Sovereignty Protection Fund would be just the right place to put that. So we'll be talking about that soon. But that's the place that we're going with this. And this is not just for the Virginia tribes, but this is for all tribes in the United States. And so I just want to thank all of you who've supported this, because we are here to make a change for tribal nations. Thank you so much for coming. Sorry I couldn't be with you the whole time, but I love you all, and I'm so blessed to be working with you all. Thank you so much.